no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on, we're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. We're moving on, we're moving on, we're moving on. Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to.
But first of all, I'm going to make a special announcement. An announcement that we are very, very proud of.
I would like to welcome you all very much to the 104th Dies Natalis of Wageningen University and Research.
Dit zijn nou mooie jongens. Ja, ik ruik nu ook wel wat hoor. Ja. Dit is het verhaal.
Nu hebben we een redelijk gave.
Heel mooi hè, als je rood straalt kan je niet groen denken. Als wij dan aankloppen met een mededeling van hey, wil je niet wat voor biodiversiteit doen?
We are facing the largest challenge ever.
I think we can still bend the curve. I believe we do have the technology, we do have the know-how, we have good intentions.
So this is what it's all about.
So there's an ongoing debate about humans and the climate.
So my experience in coming to Wageningen, if I have to describe it in one word, it has been really wholesome.
Hello.
Ciao.
Hallo, 大家好.
Welcome to the Virtual Masters Open Day.
Wageningen is the best place to study because the friends that you have, they also have the same mentality, they also have the same mindset, you know, that they want to change the world, they want to be more sustainable.
Kan het vuur bijvoorbeeld zijn eigen weer creëren, zijn eigen bommen?
Dat is geen vaag vergezicht meer.
So now we set the protocol.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Global warming, disastrous droughts and an imbalance in our nitrogen cycle. Just some examples that the world is cracking under our strain we're placing on it.
Wij zijn nog lang niet klaar.
Hello and welcome to the Wageningen Experience Day. I'm excited to welcome you here, back at Wageningen. Today is to refresh your knowledge and to stay connected, especially for you, our alumni. Enjoy your Wageningen Experience Day.
Are you ready? If you can.
Yes. Because I cannot pronounce that.
Perfect.
And I can just contribute.
Should I say Wageningen or?
I think I'm a Wageninger because I love curiosity, and here I'm extremely free in what I choose to be curious about, and I feel extremely grounded in having people around me who are equally as curious, especially in the face of like climate change and food scarcity and food shortages. It's really refreshing to know that there are people here thinking about these things and that there are people here wanting to make a change and wanting to help people.
Nou, ik ben een Wageninger omdat Wageningen bekend staat voor multidisciplinair. Heel veel verschillende onderzoeken kunnen gecombineerd worden en daarbij vooral de combinatie tussen onderzoek dat je kan doen en het in de praktijk toepassen, wat belangrijk is voor beleidsvoering en management, vind ik heel fijn. En vandaar dat ik blij ben dat ik bij Wageningen werk.
Tess, hi.
What makes me a Wageningen is the fact that we love all sciences and we love the life sciences. And as you see, we're all different and from all these different places. But what makes us special is our passions.
Science. Wij zijn Wageningers omdat we 3 jaar in de uiterwaarden hebben gewoond. In een redelijk oud en vervallen huis. Maar wat erg gezellig is geweest. Ja.
Omringd door de paarden en de koeien en we hadden geiten. En elke dag gingen we even in de Rijn zwemmen. Dat maakt ons Wageningers.
No, I'm not ready. Okay.
I'm a Wageningen because I love the international experience and to meet people that come around all the world.
I love nature. This university is all about being better human being, make better choices, to be together with all the people and all what surrounds you. So just be the one.
I am a Wageninger because this is the most fantastic institution for education, research and creating value in the field of environment, sustainability, food and agriculture.
Well, I think I'm a Wageninger because I can find friends and family anywhere here, and it's just such a beautiful place to experience new things, and it's giving me a place
To feel at home.
To feel at home and enjoy.
Yeah, even though we are from so far away, we feel at home here, and I think that's what makes us
Wageningers.
A Wageninger, yeah.
I think what makes me as a Wageninger is because I go to the library every day and playing lunch in the campus plaza.
We are Wageningers because after graduating we decided to hop on our bikes and to learn more about regenerative agriculture from a farmer's perspective.
Yeah, so we are cycling 7,000 kilometers in Europe, the Middle East and Africa, and we want to inspire others to do what they always wanted to do and to keep on learning.
I think I'm a Wageninger because I like being part of something larger than myself and being surrounded by people that are passionate about similar things from all over the world, and really getting to connect and exchange ideas is really special. Yeah, okay. Is that good?
This Wageningen Experience Day brings WUR colleagues and alumni together. Numerous topics and research areas will be discussed. They sometimes seem separate, but are really connected. One of the most important challenges we face is to reduce the impact of our food systems. Less waste and a more plant-based diet is a way to look after our planet without sacrificing much. Did you know that duckweed is a novel food? Welcome to Wageningen Talks.
Yeah, thank you, Sjoukje Heimovara, the president of the executive board of Wageningen University and Research since this summer. Welcome here, everybody in Impulse. Good to see you here, and welcome also everyone online. We have alumni from 54 different countries joining us today, so that's great. Welcome also here. This first Wageningen Talks, we have 3 guests. To my right, Tinka Murk. She will explain the important role of the sea. Ricardo da Silva Torres will explain the role of artificial intelligence in Wageningen here today. And Remco de Kluizenaar, he is the artist in residence of Wageningen University, and he will give his artist's view on the protein transition. So very exciting topics here today. Welcome. And I would also like to introduce, over there, Olaf Rijnsburger to you. Olaf, you are not an alumnus yet. You look way too young for that. But you are a student here at Wageningen University. What do you study?
Yes, indeed. I'm not an alumnus yet here. I'm a student in plant sciences, focusing on genetics and health. And yeah, I'm really excited to join everyone here today in Impulse.
Yeah, you're my co-host today. You will monitor all the questions that will come up from everyone watching online. And of course, if there are questions here in the audience, you will run towards them and ask them. Yeah, so great to have you here with us, Olaf. Thank you. So let's start with my guest here, Tinka Murk. Welcome. You are professor in marine animal ecology. And Sjoukje Heimovara, she mentioned the reduction of the impact of our food systems. And I guess we never talk about sea then. How can we do that when it comes to the sea? We always talk about land, right?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So it's good to realize that also for the Netherlands, we have a lot of national property, that's the sea. And we don't have much attention for that. We are still collecting food as hunter-gatherer, mainly from the sea. And like, well, Wageningen is very famous, of course, upgrading agricultural systems, getting more productivity. Nowadays, doing more integrated biology in these food systems. We are hardly starting at sea.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can continue. Yeah, we're going to make the sound.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's too far. That's too much. I hear myself. Yeah. So at sea, we have huge transitions. Of course, the climate change has huge impact at the sea. 90% of the extra heat that is produced is already taken up by the sea. And it has consequences. 40% of the CO2 we produced extra is taken up by the sea. So we have big changes in the sea. Biodiversity loss, also because of uses, overfishing, mining sand, mining other things. And we have this energy transition. And we are in a hurry because we want more energy from sea. But of course, it has huge impact. You start building, you start bringing in sounds, the shipping is continuing. So it looks like it's all a loss, but if we do things smart and realize there is ecology that can help us, yeah, I think we can gain a lot. Yeah, and Wageningen should contribute there.
Yeah. Are you worried about the sea? Should we take better care of it?
Yes, because nature on land and in the sea uses opportunities. But we have taken away a lot of opportunities. And nature can adapt to climate change, unless it would be so hot that it can't survive. But it will change, it will adapt, if we give it the opportunity to adapt. And that's what we need to do to be able to also use the sea for our harvest and other things.
Yeah, let's talk about where you see room for improvement, and how do you do research about that? So you see a lot of challenges, and how can we improve that, and how do you do research?
Yeah, so the research of the group that I'm chairing is the marine animal ecology, is understand.
Yeah, we'll try to fix.
What if I take it in my hand? Would that be a solution? No? Okay.
Yeah, we're going to fix it.
Yeah? Okay. I try like this.
Yeah.
Is this better?
They will try to fix it. Yeah.
Is die wel aan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I continue?
Yeah.
Okay. So, what we study is how marine animals adapt to their environment, and it's mostly changing environment. So, what you see is that animals like oysters that used to live in the North Sea have to adapt to warmer climate. And it could be that other shellfish are better in adapting that. So we use sensors to measure how the animals are doing. So, for instance, the cockle, which is a Dutch shellfish, will need more energy to survive if it gets warmer. And new species that naturally can come from France, the Mediterranean, feel happier. They don't need so much energy. So they will be the winners, and the cockles may have to go north. That's a natural transition. You shouldn't be sad about it, because if the new ones wouldn't come, it would be really empty in the sea. If the cod can't stand the heat anymore, then the hake will come. You should be happy for that. So things change. That's the only certainty you have. Everything will change.
Yeah, you're trying to find out which animals can adapt easily, and maybe also how to find out which animals can survive more easily.
Yeah, you can facilitate. And for instance, we have the reef, the coral reefs. We have a big project on reef restoration. So there are areas where the reefs are destroyed by unsustainable fishing methods, dynamite fishing or dragging nets over the reef. As soon as you bring structures back, life can come back. You can plant corals, and the corals will grow. It's beautiful. However, if you know things may become hotter, you don't want the bleaching, because then, there's no use restoring the reef. So we are now studying both in Wageningen as well as in Kenya at our research station. What makes corals more or less sensitive for changing temperatures? So you could have a kind of animal breeding, like we did for centuries with husbandry. And then select also locally the more resilient coral species and plant those back.
Yeah. Well, you also mentioned that it's kind of getting crowded at sea, right? We're also looking for renewable energy on sea. We're building a lot of wind turbines. How would that affect sea life?
It definitely changes the opportunities that you provide. So you bring back structures that were removed by a century of bottom trawling or even longer. So structures like stones that were brought there by glaciers are all taken out. Now you bring back structures. That's an opportunity. So animals can come back and live on them again. So of course it will change, but it's the nature that determines what will be there. We can't determine it for nature. And I think if we choose structures wise, if we would reintroduce the flat oysters and some other organisms, nature can flourish again. And
so it's also an opportunity if you do it right.
But it will change. You cannot keep it the same. And I think there should be areas in the North Sea, large enough areas, where you do nothing. Just let it go. Don't touch it, don't go there, don't harvest. Let it go, and then it can develop a source for life.
Yeah, and you would be also very interested probably to find out what's going to happen if you do nothing in that area, right? For research purposes.
Yeah, we have now the fish sensing box under development, where we can place a device at the bottom of the sea, and it of course contains cameras, but also hydrophones, because fish sing make sounds. They talk like birds do.
Yeah.
So if you hear a blackbird, you know it's a blackbird or a great tit. It could be the cod or the eel. And we have a system that you can take samples of water, and in those samples there is a bit of DNA from the animals that have been swimming there. So then you can see what animals, so it takes automatically a sample, and you can see what animals are coming back, are using that area. And it's really a CSI at sea. I love that.
CSI at sea.
Yeah.
Wow, looks great. Sounds great. Tinka, where does your fascination with the sea come from?
That it's so dynamic, so unseen. I think it's a pity we can't go there, but with new technologies you can share the beauty that if I make pictures around shipwrecks and show them to my family, they are amazed that it can be so colorful. Those places are like flower pots where life gets the opportunity to flower. Yeah. And it's so beautiful, it's so colorful, and it's so nice to share that. And that can motivate people to realize biodiversity is also relevant for the sea.
Yeah.
And it's not well developed in our North Sea at the moment. It's really, it should be much better to have a resilient, productive sea. But it's all there. And if you improve it a little bit, within a year, let's say, even especially after 10 years, it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
That gives energy.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. Let's go to Olaf, my co-host. Olaf, are there already questions for Tinka?
Yeah, we have many people joining us online. One question that was asked you were already talking about biodiversity at sea. When we're talking about biodiversity on land, you usually hear a lot about certain tipping points. Are those tipping points also relevant at sea, or is the sea so resilient that it can restore itself? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
There are definitely tipping points at sea at this moment because we have so little reefs that can filter the seawater. At the seafloor, like 30 meters deep, you don't have much light. But once there would be a lot of filtering again, so like mussels and other organisms, they take particles out of the water. So then the light can go to the seafloor, then you get plants again, seaweed, and then you get a totally different system, like with the lakes where this happened as well. So we should facilitate the recovery, and I think you get a tipping point back. And the good thing is, there will be still introduction of new species, and it could be nasty species or beautiful species, but if you have a rich food web, rich biodiversity, there will be animals making use of this upcoming organism, and it will be part of the system. So you don't get a pest. Otherwise you get a tipping point. So if you would have a lot of jellyfish eat small fish, so there will be no big fish to eat the big jellyfish. That type of relationship, yes, it's really important.
Yeah. More questions, Olaf?
Yeah, I think if we're talking about our human impact on the ocean, one recent example that I think we all have heard about is the explosions at the Nord Stream pipeline. I was wondering, I read a lot about the impacts on the atmosphere, but what kind of impacts do such events have on the ocean?
It will especially have a local impact. I must say I was happy it was a gas pipeline and not an oil pipeline, because oil is much more nasty for the sea life. I'm not talking about what's happening up in the air, but most of the gas will have gone up. So locally, you had really bad luck because the explosion will kill or stun fish, and then others may eat them, so they may be lucky, or fish will be deaf because fish sing and they hear. But let's say probably after 10 kilometers it will easily recover. So it had a bad impact locally, but animals will come back. As soon as the gas was finished and it's silent, fish will come and have a look and see if they can live there. And they will take over and it will grow back. So it will be a temporarily bad situation, and you can be lucky if you were far away. Yeah.
Is there maybe a question in the audience?
Does anybody have a question here for Tinka?
Yes.
Yes, I see a question over there. I'm gonna give you the microphone.
Yeah, I was wondering, you were talking earlier that within a year, within 10 years, you can already see that there's some recuperation. Would you then say that seas are maybe more resilient than land?
No, I wouldn't say seas are more resilient, but they are more open. So as soon as there is a source of life to come back, so in sea there are many animals that sit there, like corals or oysters. They cannot move. So once they sit there, they cannot go to this new location, but their larvae will. So and for instance, the flat oyster larvae can go up to 10 kilometers. So if you make this new artificial reef, it's an opportunity, and you need the source of larvae to be close enough that the larvae can reach it and start living there. If that's the case, and we have, for instance, an experimental reef in a rich area in the Blokkendam, so it's close to the coast. I went there half a year later. I could hardly see the structure because there is so much life that can go there. It is occupied, and it's beautiful. So the source should be there. That's why it's important to have very rich closed areas with nice habitats, and from there the animals can go there as larvae and settle. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
One more question from the audience.
Anybody else here have a question for Tinka?
This.
Yeah?
No, I have the same question.
Oh, okay. Same question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good question. Yeah. If not, then we'll.
I see a question over there. Oh, I'll give you the microphone.
I'm Ingrid Dutchhart. And I have a question about what can you learn from planning and design disciplines on land? You're talking a language that I understand quite well because I'm a landscape architect, so you can make things that gives opportunities to new life. And I think we have a lot of experience in the Netherlands with that expertise. So are you communicating with those kind of disciplines?
Yes, and of course I also read the resource and speak to colleagues, so I am inspired by land-based things and also the developments. I hope at sea we won't go through the industrial animal culture that we have on land, because I rather go forward to the kipster and the zonvarken approach, not have classical aquaculture where you put feed in and then everything gets deteriorated and it's stressful, the animal welfare is impaired. So we should skip that part, because we already know that if you use ecology, make things in balance and not harvest only one species, but more in balance, different species, you can gain so much more. You can have more protein, more money, and a lot more biodiversity from the same hectare compared to what we do now. And also the rewilding that is being introduced, yeah, it's the same principle. Nature will use the opportunities, and it will be the nature that fits the current conditions. Don't try to garden and say, but I want this species. I'm very much for the sea against dictating what species are good. If you would say, if there is rich habitat, diversity, large enough, connectivity, a full food web.
Should be a complete system.
Yeah, great predators, large-size predators. We will see what they are, but then you know it's good. And we shouldn't try to garden as we do on land because people like it. And that's okay, but that's not rewilding.
Yeah. Okay.
No. So you create opportunities. That's what you should do.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for the questions, and thank you, Olaf.
I'm a Wageninger because I enjoy every single aspect of this campus.
I think I'm a Wageninger because I like being part of something larger than myself and being surrounded by people that are passionate.
I like being a Wageninger because I like the freedom and the trust we have in the lab.
Wageningers. Ricardo da Silva Torres, professor in data science and artificial intelligence. You're originally from Brazil, professor in data science since the summer of 2021. Do you already feel a Wageninger?
Well, I had the opportunity to live in Wageningen in 2018, so for me it's coming back home, so this is how I feel. So
yeah, and what is a Wageninger according to you?
Well, it's try to solve hard problems together. So this is what we're doing here, and this is what I'd like to continue doing in my career. So I came to Wageningen to help, this university to make progress in science through the use of technology, especially, those connected with data and artificial intelligence.
Yeah, you're one of 3 new professors in AI. Maybe it's new for everyone here in the audience that Wageningen has AI professors. What's your mission here in Wageningen?
Well, we would like to, explore the possibilities of using data science and AI technologies in the Wageningen domain. And what I mean by that, I mean to develop and advance the state of the art in data science and artificial intelligence, and what we produce can be explored in the Wageningen domain to advance the state of the art in life sciences, in food systems, in understanding, complex relationships among different kinds of variables. So this is what we'd like to do, how we can embrace this kind of technology in new ways of doing science.
Yeah. So how does it work? Do you walk around campus and ask researchers here in Wageningen, what do you need? How can I help with artificial intelligence?
Well, it seems to me that this is a topic that is still a little bit new in Wageningen. I think there are a lot of ongoing initiatives, very successful, but still there is room for teaming up, for finding, good problems to work together. And I'm working on that right now, how we can define research problems in which demand advancing the state of the art in data science and AI, and at the same time, we can contribute to advance the state of the art in the other domains. I have been teamed up with groups in different science groups, in different departments, and hopefully, sometime soon we're gonna start defining a solid research agenda in which we can move forward with those findings.
Yeah. Could you give an example already?
Yes, sure. For example, I have been embedded in the Farm Technology Group, and we're going to be involved with a project in which we're going to investigate new food production systems that can benefit from AI. But the approach that you're going to use is to try to embed ethical, legal, and social aspects in that AI. So how we can ensure that the decision-making process that's going to be made out of the AI system can be aware of ethical, legal, and social aspects. For example, suppose that you want to recommend a treatment for an animal. So sometimes you need to take into account the costs involved. Sometimes you need to take into account issues related to animal welfare. So how to weight that in a proper way so that we can acknowledge both aspects in the recommendation process. So this is the kind of problem that you're going to investigate together this fall, starting this fall.
So it could help with really complex issues, with decision making, but I guess it's really difficult to model for ethical arguments, right? How do you put animal welfare in an algorithm?
Yeah, this is true. And Wageningen, I think it's a nice place, to tackle this kind of problem because you have rich domain knowledge. And this is essential for us, who have this kind of background in computer science. We need domain knowledge in order to understand and design properly, our technologies. And we need to understand the results. We need to be sure that what we have found makes sense by taking into account, the research questions defined in the domain. And in this part, in the example that I provided concerning, ELSA aspects, we will be engaged in a kind of multidisciplinary team involving philosophers, experts in law, we're going to have a very rich environment to discuss and to embed, such aspects in our AI system.
Hi, everybody. I can imagine there's a lot of data here at Wageningen University. How do you deal with that? So you need a lot of data, of course, if you want to do a proper AI. How do you make sure you get all the data from researchers? Are you also advising them to put it in a more central place, or is it also about getting better data, better databases?
Yes, definitely. There are a lot of initiatives connected to that. I'm also connected with the Wageningen Data Competence Center, who has been doing an amazing work on teaming up with different groups so that they can pay attention to how to organize data, how to make data available, how to make data findable, so that we can, explore in this knowledge discovery process, how we can reuse the data, how we can reuse models developed. So this is something that is relevant, and the university has been investing a lot in how to improve the way we manage data. So, Tinka gave a lot of examples about monitoring systems. So there is a huge investment on new technologies for sensing, for producing, for collecting data. Data coming from different sources, data which are intrinsically complex in the sense that there are hard relations between among the data that we cannot anticipate beforehand, but understanding, how this data is organized, trying to find out good ways for discovering those relationships.
Yeah, you're trying to find new patterns in all that data, right?
Understand trends, patterns is something that we can do, and you can help, researchers, scientists in Wageningen to do better, faster, and hopefully leading to better and more impactful findings.
Yeah. How could Ricardo help you, Tinka?
Yeah, I think great opportunities, especially also the sensor part. So animals don't show so much if they are afraid, stressed, or in pain or whatever. But with sensors, it's a heartbeat, etc. And you could connect that all and have this agricultural system, but also our fish sensing boxes. I think we should talk.
Yeah,
I think we should talk.
Even detecting if a specific species is found in a place, you need good machine learning methods for not only detecting, but for classifying. This is a species, this is an individual of that specific species. So when we have this kind of technology available for scientists, we can keep track of, that particular area is being recovered because I can identify that particular species in that location. So this is, for example, a case in which machine vision, machine learning, AI could help scientists to figure out what is going on in the environment.
Great, yeah. I'm looking at Olaf. Do you have a question from the audience?
Yeah, maybe let's see if somebody here in Impulse has a question for Ricardo. Oh, yes.
So, hello, good morning. So my name is Justin van der Hoofd. So I work at the bioinformatics group here. I have a question on, you saying we can use a lot of AI, machine learning to discover patterns and to kind of maybe find hypotheses. But one thing that is also good to realize is for a lot of people these are black box approaches, and actually if you look at deep learning approaches, they are in fact black box approaches. So do you also have a vision on the explainability of these approaches, or how do you see that?
Yes, this is definitely a hot topic in the AI community, how to make the available technologies transparent in the sense that you can understand how decisions are being made, and we can, in such a way that we can trust, we can rely on the results provided. So I see this topic being investigated a lot recently by the AI community. I see a lot of opportunities in terms of defining a research agenda around this topic. We in our group, the three professors, we do intend to define this as one of our topics for our research agenda in Wageningen. And I do believe that understanding and modeling system in which we can explain, the results also depend on domain knowledge. And this is also something that we definitely should explore in Wageningen. So how we can benefit from this huge and rich domain knowledge to understand AI results in such a way that we can trust them, and in such a way that we can say, okay, it makes sense, it's connected with our common understanding, about nature, about life, about food, whatever domain we're talking about. So I think this is definitely a right research path to go.
And just like open science, you'll tell how the algorithm works.
Exactly.
And exactly. Yeah. Okay. One more question, maybe.
Yeah. Let's. For Ricardo here in the audience.
I can ask another one.
Okay. Let's go back to Justin.
Hi. So another question would be that so I'm a really fan of open science. So my group also tries to really open up the data, or that we from collaborators and really annotate it well. But if we use machine learning, we need training data, and the training data can be heavily biased, and then the results or the model will also get biased, right? So what is your vision on that? How can we ensure that when we use methods like AI or deep learning, that this bias, I mean, we've seen examples even on a national scale, toeslagenaffaire, etc., that where it really went wrong. So how can we avoid this, you think?
Well, again, there is no easy answer for this question. Those are research topics that we from the computer science community, we are trying to tackle. And handling, of course, there are statistical, mathematical models that are being proposed to handle these bias aspect. But I would like to tell you that there is more than only proposing technology that can benefit from training data. Okay, there are other ways of helping knowledge discovery, which even does not rely on information being assigned to data. We can find patterns, we can identify trends without properly associating labels or annotations to data. So the field is vast. The opportunities are there, posed by society, posed by the existence of huge volumes of data, posing by our needs of related to understanding what is going on in terms of these huge volumes. And we should
be aware of the bias.
Yeah, we need to be aware of that and find ways in terms of modeling, in terms of designing the AI systems in such a way that those problems are not really leading to misunderstanding, misinformation, and so on. And so those are the risks that we need to be aware of and try to fight against.
Yeah, and keep asking questions about them. Yeah, thank you for your questions in the audience. Before we go to our reporter, Jelle Visser, we will go back in time. We'll enjoy a little bit of history of Wageningen University. right? To work at Wageningen, yeah, or to study there. Anyone recognizes this? Did this during studies? Yeah? Oh, yeah, I see some hands, yeah. Let's move to our reporter, Jelle Visser. He is somewhere here at Wageningen. I don't know if we can hear him.
Hello, live from the Orion.
Yeah, I can hear him here. Yes.
Just
Hi, Jelle. Where are you?
It will be a photo moment in, let's say, 10 minutes. I guess 250 people, former students who studied here in Wageningen 50 years ago or 25 years ago, were gathered here in this hall and they listened to the big boss, rector Arthur Mol, and Mr. Mol told them that Wageningen University is very successful. People from 120 nations are studying here in Wageningen. The university delivers many experts in the fields of agriculture, climate change, animals, etc., etc. So the atmosphere is very nice. People are walking out. I suggest we follow them and we'll get back to you in 10 minutes because there will be a photo moment.
Thank you, Jelle Visser. Thank you, Jelle Visser. Let's go to Remco. Remco, you are the artist in residence here at WUR since last year. So maybe for the audience, what does an artist in residence do? What do you do all day?
What do I do all day? Well, this residency is an assignment to tell the non-scientific people something about the protein transition research. So I was really allocated to protein transition.
Yeah. So they give you a call and they said, do you want to be our artist in residence and do something with the protein?
Yes, it was a really free assignment, which I was really happy about because it gave me a lot of artistic freedom and a lot of trust in that I would do something interesting with it.
Yeah.
And one of my first ideas was, can I learn something about protein transition by talking to some scientists who say they work on that? And I also searched for some scientists who I thought, you also work on protein transition, but you're not aware of it, I think, or you don't call it that way. So I tried to search for the scope of protein transition. And I also left marine biology a bit out of it, I must say.
I think you should stay another year
and
then include the sea in it. Yeah.
But there's a small reference to it in a sound tour that I made, because that was the first thing I wanted to do. So there is an audio tour on the campus here that everybody can walk with his smartphone. And if you Google campus audio tour, protein transition, maybe add to it, then you will find it easily.
Yeah.
And so you
can
walk 24/7.
I think it's a great audio tour. I downloaded it and I walked around, so you should all do it. What will you learn when you do it?
I was trying to dive into the difficulties that people have. I really I wanted to give a picture of the Wageningen scientists, and I feel quite affected to the Wageningen mindset. Also the two people who I hear here, it really feels like you know what you're doing and you're bringing an optimist perspective and you're working with a good intention towards like a more sustainable planet and feeding the world is a really big opportunity. So I wanted actually to honor this huge task and this sort of relaxed optimism, working slowly and thinking like, how should I solve it? But also I got really worried when hearing about all these researches, because when I, for instance, talk about the larvae that Teun Veldkamp works with at Animal Science Group. He uses larvae to digest difficult waste streams, like harvests that are contaminated with fungus. And then the larvae of black soldier fly, they can digest the fungal toxins so that hens can eat it without getting sick, and then we can have the hens for a protein source in our food.
Yeah.
So you can upcycle the wasted harvests, which is also a climate adaptation, I think. But then when the microphone was off, or he thought that the microphone was off, I asked him, And so can we now stop giving our cows, can we stop giving them soy? And then he said, no, well, with the WTO, the World Trade Organization, this is going to be really hard because the soy is so cheap and it's so available. So I have these larvae. It could feed local waste streams to our local cattle. It could make the circle shorter. Maybe we could even use it for manure. What's it called? Overvloed. Recycling the manure that you have in surplus, and make food out of that. But we're not going to make it economically.
Yeah. So you found like all these scientists working really hard on the protein transition, great ideas, great opportunities, and then maybe we're stuck a little bit in society and we should do more with it.
Yeah, I was talking to a sociologist and she said we should really start seeing this as a system change and it's bigger than just some small solutions.
Yeah.
And some people say, the more optimistic people say, we're working on a lot of small solutions and all these solutions together, they will not be drops on a hot plate, as we say in Dutch, but they will merge together in a river and it will, and there's an underground river already streaming that we don't see yet, but it will all come together. And this perspective gives me hope.
Yeah.
But I also get really worried when I hear that a lot of really great inventions and good intentions with which people are working here don't really get mainstream yet, don't really touch the ground yet because of the entire system.
Yeah. We need a transition in the society and the legislation.
As well, yeah.
Especially also the legislation. It takes so long before you are allowed to do it, to make the step.
Yeah. But you also worked on the xylophone, which is behind you.
Yes.
Which I think they look great. But you have to please tell us what the xylophone has to do with the protein transition.
Well, the first people I spoke to were the people who work in the Axis building, like food chemists and food technologists. And they do a lot of work now on replacing animal proteins with plant proteins.
Yeah.
And for some people, protein transition means only that. In sort of the public opinion, people think about the vegetarian butcher, the chicken pieces, the kipstukjes.
Yeah.
And there's also been done work now with those vegan cowboys who replace the casein in milk with they do that with yeast cells. So I think it's a good effort to do this because a lot of people tend to eat the same all the time and they want to replace. If you don't want to change your way of eating, but you do want to eat more plant-based, then these products are helpful, I think.
But could you tell us with the xylophone? Could you maybe show us as well?
I asked a material specialist who works more on bioplastics and these kind of things, and also boards from Miscanthus, building materials, if he could invent with me a material based on an animal protein that makes sound, and then find a plant replacement with it.
Yeah.
And then he came up with the idea to reinvent bois d'Urcy, which is a material from the slaughterhouse waste in Paris. It's patented in 1865, this bois d'Urcy. And it's sort of the first bioplastic, just before bakelite took over. And it's made of cow's blood, compressed with sawdust in heat and a lot of pressure. And then we started reinventing this material, and it was quite easy because the recipe was sort of available online, and we did some tries, and we easily made a solid material from it that worked for sound bars, for a xylophone. So we call it the boviphone, which means cow sound. And then I thought, let's make a plant phone and search for plant alternatives for this. Because this protein, the cow's blood protein, is really easy to make do what you want. And in food, it's also a challenge to make the plant proteins.
So one of them is the bovine one, and the other one is the plant
so
one?
Then I talked to Ingrid van der Meer, who works on, as Sjoukje Hermovara just said, like, do you know that duckweed will be on our menu? And I was really happy that duckweed worked really well as a replacement for the cow's blood. So I just used fresh duckweed and smashed it in a food blender and compressed that with the sawdust, and then it after some trial and error, it gave the same kind of sound. So, as we now know how to imitate meat, I also know in sound, in the realm of sound, how to imitate the sound of cow's blood.
Yeah. Shall we listen? Can you, and then find out if the sound is different or if it's similar? Or,
yeah, I will.
Yeah?
I pre-recorded some so that I can make it sound a bit nicer, and I have an accompanying track.
Yeah.
But I will first show them both.
Yeah. Great.
And then start the track and then play a bit of music with it.
Let's find out.
So this is the first WUR instrument, so the boviphone.
Wow.
It sort of has the same quality. You can hear that it's a bit more techy in the attack. Harder material, and actually the purpose was to get a hard material. So actually the plants did even better.
Great.
Well,
This is how the protein transition can look like. Yeah, it's great. Or sound, sorry, sounds. Yeah. Remco de Kluizenaar, thank you. You also mentioned the audio tour. You can get a reception, you can get a small card at the registration desk. Maybe you already have it, so you can scan it and download the questions. Maybe one question from the audience?
Yeah. Is there anyone who has a question for Remco, our own Wageningen in-house artist?
Where they can buy your... everyone wants it. No?
Any questions?
Okay. Then
I don't think so.
we're going to close off this first Wageningen Talks. I want to thank all of you for being here. I want to thank my guests, Tinka Murk, Ricardo de Silva Torres and Remco de Kluizenaar. People can join the online breakout room right now. And for the online visitors, you can go there by a small pop-up window. For the visitors here, have some lunch in the restaurant or do the campus tour outside and enjoy the tour that Remco made. You can also try and get one of the 15 tickets for the special exhibition at Chef's Special at Forum. And there is a special registration table for this exhibition. The next Wageningen Talks is at 1:30 p.m. Olaf, what will you do in the meantime?
I'm going to be hosting the live stream. We've got some great material lined up. So for the people joining us online, stick with us and stay tuned for the rest of the material we got for you. And I'll see you back at the next Wageningen Talks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ik heb dus internet, maar kijk, je ziet, er is helemaal niks bijgekomen. Dus ik dacht al, volgens mij ben je even alles aan het doen, maar ik krijg het niet door. Ja, maar ik heb dus niks doorgekregen van. Misschien dacht je, waarom doet het niet? Ik heb het niet gezien.
Zit je nu in de browser?
Ja.
Dus in de Dropbox app.
Ja, dat gaan we nog even proberen. Wil jij mij dan in mijn Gmail toegang geven? Ja.
Ja, nee, nou ja, dit is allemaal voor. Nee.
Ietsje dichterbij houden. Ja, dit is hij hoeft niet helemaal zo, maar hij mag. Ja, zo.
Welcome here in Impulse during the Wageningen Experience Day, where we have alumni joining us from all over the world. We have some reporters walking around on campus right now, and we're going to have a look at Lotta Balvoort, who is talking to Patrick right now. He is here on the Wageningen Experience Day to reconnect with the campus and make connections. Lotta, take it away.
I'm here with someone visiting the Wageningen Experience Day. Could you tell a bit about yourself, your name, what you're doing here?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Patrick Vega.
Okay.
I've studied here in Wageningen from 2016 till the beginning of 2019.
Okay.
So I studied biology. I come originally from Germany, and yeah, had a great time here at Wageningen University. And since then I've been working outside of academia. I've been working as a programmer.
Okay.
But I always loved the university, so I kind of felt like it would be nice to see like what other people are doing. We're also alumni, and also what's going on here in general. That's why I was like, okay, why not come back here?
What are you doing now?
I work. Yeah, it's something completely different. So I'm a programmer right now.
Okay.
But I kind of miss the whole, let's say, aspect of sustainability, like of life science, etc. So kind of reorienting myself now a bit towards more like aspects like jobs regarding sustainability.
Okay.
So it's also a bit for networking that I'm coming back.
Yeah, very smart.
Yeah.
Also a very WUR-like theme.
Yeah.
Sustainability, so good.
Yeah.
So what would you say is your connection to Wageningen? The motivation to visit it again?
I mean, it's also like very much an emotional connection. So I mean, I came in 2016. I didn't like know anyone.
Yeah.
And since then I've basically built up a very big social circle, and I've basically had, I could say, the time of my life in Wageningen.
Nice.
So it was really, really nice. I have a very strong emotional connection to this university. And yeah, that's also one of the main reasons I'm actually coming back here.
Yeah.
So today.
It's great to hear.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for answering questions. I hope you have a very nice day.
Yeah.
And meet some great people.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Lotta, and great to see what is going on campus today. Jelle Visser is also with us here on campus, and he was joining a special reunion for alumni who are with us here today. So let's see what was going on over there.
Ja.
And how did...
Ik woon hier nu in Nederland, hè, al lang eigenlijk, ja.
Do you mind if we do it in English? Because
Absolutely
there's an
not.
international audience watching.
That is true, that is
So
true.
how did you end up in Wageningen? I guess 25 years ago?
25 years ago. Actually, it's quite interesting. How did I end up here? I do recall. I wanted to do my master's degree. I've got a background in architecture, and I wanted something to do more with the environment, like urban and regional planning, you know, that kind of background. So I toured around Europe a little bit, trying to look for a really good university. Ended up here. I had a girlfriend then, you know, who said, hey, there's a really good university in the Netherlands. So I came over here, checked it out, went actually to a couple of countries also around Europe, and this basically turned out to be the best, you know, for the course which I wanted to study, which was environmental sciences.
Aha.
Yeah, so...
And how was
a
it
year
then
later,
here in
I was here.
how was it here then 25 years ago in Wageningen?
Well, you know, like looking around, I think a lot has changed, you know, a lot has changed. But I do also have to confess, right, when I first came, I wasn't your, let's call it, typical student, you know, like living in the student apartments and everything. I like the country, I like the people, and I really wanted to get, how would I say it, Occidental, you know, really get into the native thing. So I wasn't staying on campus at that point. I got an apartment instead in Arnhem, and I was commuting already, so that I was able to, like, yeah, meet more local people, and I just found the people really friendly, and I've been so friendly. Hey, I'm here. I stayed.
You stayed?
I stayed. I'm actually living here in the Netherlands since then, essentially, yeah.
And what happened after your study? Did you use your study in your job or?
All right. Not immediately, I have to admit. Not immediately, because from then I left. Actually, I went a completely different direction, which also had my attention. I really like IT and technology. So I got a consulting job with IBM to start off with. And from there, I really progressed into data sciences, advanced analytics. I'm doing right now quite a bit with artificial intelligence. But for me, it's like 25 years later, the circle has really come complete. Because look around you, it's all about being green, it's all about the environment now, it's all about sustainability. And I thought, look, I find myself like in a unique position of having that environmental science background on sustainability and everything, but I've also built up a lot of experience in the data sciences, and this really is the time now to combine the two.
The dots are connected.
Exactly. And I'm here again. So I was actually just talking to the rector, and I was like, I am so happy to see that we're now doing a whole lot more with digitalization. So this is an area actually we're going to have some more talks about, because I want to really get involved in that area with the university. Yeah.
And what are you going to do today? Meeting old friends?
Well, actually I came in last night, so I spent the night with a friend of ours who lives also here in the neighborhood. Today we'll go through the programs. I know this afternoon there's also a session as part of the Wageningen Day. There's a session that has to do with analytics also, right? And so I want to attend that. The idea is also to have lunch, and then later on, hey,
go with the flow.
We'll go with the flow. There are certain places definitely like old hangouts, you know, we really want to visit again, you know, and then after that, we'll just see what happens.
Have fun.
I will do. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you. Was that all?
Makes the experience of being in the lab even more realistic.
Hello everyone, my name is Stefanus Mega Prabowo. I'm a master graduate from Food Technology Wageningen University, and now I'm working in one of the food company in the Netherlands. What makes me Wageningers is, my daily activity. Use my own cup, which is reusable, and then working in the lab as a scientist almost every day, and also wear this sweater. Bye bye!
Ik ben een Wageninger omdat ik het super cool vind om met natuurlijk voorkomende micro-organismen en technologie milieuproblemen op te lossen.
Okay, I'm a Wageningen because this is the place where we feel that we are at home. It's the place where we can work together towards making a difference in this world.
Hoi, ik ben Jody. Ik ben een echte Wageninger omdat ik hier geboren en getogen ben. Wageningen, stad, klein maar fijn, waar ik met plezier woon en werk.
Ik ben een Wageninger omdat ik 's avonds met vrienden in de uitwaarden een biertje doe.
Hello, this is Marielos Bonilla from Costa Rica. I'm here at the Belmonte Arboretum in Wageningen. Beautiful day, beautiful view of the Rhine River. This was of my favorite places when I lived here 25 years ago. Yes, 25 years ago I became a Wageninger because I did a master program in environment leisure related to sustainable tourism and community rural development. I'm so proud to be a Wageninger, not only for the knowledge I had and I've been practicing, but also for the friendship forever. I wish you all the best and congratulations to all of you that celebrate 25 years of being a Wageninger.
I'm a Wageninger because I enjoy every single aspect of this campus. If I need a coffee, I can go to Doppio. If I need to sport, I can go to the gym. And most importantly, I can spend 20 hours a day at work, which is what I really like.
Dat maakt mij een Wageninger omdat ik in Wageningen studeer. En het enorm naar mijn zin heb hier. En enorm van de Unie en omgeving hou.
I am a Wageninger because I teach here as a teacher at a university which allows me to teach at an individual level. So you do not teach for groups, but for individuals. So you can teach the individuals what, to my opinion, does matter for society, for the environment. So when you are in line with understanding the environment, when you like to understand what your personal well-being is within that environment, then you can study here. And that's what I really enjoy, and that's why I feel part of the group here, and that's why I'm a Wageninger.
Hallo, mijn naam is Tim van Oerle. Ik ben de oprichter van Natuurhuisje.nl. Een bedrijf dat ik ooit in mijn studententijd, inmiddels 13 jaar geleden, in Wageningen ben begonnen. Ontzettend te spreken over de universiteit. Altijd heel erg geholpen, ook met het oprichten van het bedrijf. Zowel financieel als op het gebied van kennis. En nog steeds een hele hoge pet op van Wageningen. Ik vind vooral dat het vaak gaat om de inhoud. En ik proef toch ook altijd wel een soort bescheidenheid bij de mensen die er op de universiteit werkzaam zijn en wonen.
I like being a Wageninger because I like the freedom and the trust we have in the lab. It's super fun to explore uncharted waters in science without any influence. Yeah, I like that.
My colleague Marloes is also here with us today, and she spoke with Mark. Mark is back here on campus after studying nutrition and health here. He looks back on his student time very positively, and he would even call Wageningen the best student city. So let's see what his experiences are about.
Welcome to the Wageningen Experience Day. I wanted to ask you, what brings you here today?
To experience Wageningen, of course. Since I finished my studies, I'm a real Wageninger now, so I'd like to see what's going on campus and be involved a little bit like that.
Have you visited Wageningen campus often since you graduated?
Sometimes I sneak a study place or workplace here in Forum sometimes.
That's good, that's good.
Yeah.
Still the little tips and tricks.
Yeah.
And do you look back at your study time in a good way, or what do you remember most from your study days?
Oh, I was involved in a lot of things, so the first thing that comes to mind is the gym.
Okay.
Yeah, I was working out there a lot, and most of my friends were there. That felt like the center of the campus for me. Also the old campus, because I'm sometimes taking a stroll still there, and I like to see how that develops. And that's when I think back. The rest of the campus is still where I'm active sometimes, so it feels like my current life.
Yeah, like home in a sense, perhaps. Still.
Yeah, sort of.
Sort of.
Yeah,
one step away, one step still on the Wageningen campus.
Yeah.
And I also wanted to ask you, since you've left the Wageningen student life, what is it the thing that you take away mostly from studying here? Something that is in your DNA, perhaps?
Yeah, that I'm not really a big fan of nutrition science.
Okay, honest answer.
Yeah.
Why?
I was expecting a lot of different things. My thoughts were that if you lead a healthy life, you can do whatever you want. At least that's an important factor for a basis. But then, if you study nutrition and health, it's really focused on the scientific aspect, and it's also usually about very small differences.
Right.
Especially if you want to give nutrition advice. The most important thing is eat varied and eat not too much.
Yeah. So
if you do that, the rest is for most people not that important.
No, I can imagine. So that was a bit different from what you expected, perhaps.
Yeah, I think they were working on that afterwards, but I did not feel like my personal experiences were very important, but they looked at us as a population and they took that.
Right. Still good memories from Wageningen though?
Yeah, just for the studies was a bit different.
Yeah, it was a bit different than what you expected.
But the student life I can really recommend.
Yeah, it's great.
The best student life.
That's true, that's true. Small and cozy. Thank you very much for the short interview and enjoy your day.
Yeah, sure.
We have a lot more reporters from Spread the Word with us here today. So is Kim Groemendaal. She met two friends who are catching up today on campus, and they both actually studied at the old campus at the Dreien. And they are both very impressed how the new modern campus looks. So let's see how they are doing.
Hello, who are you and what brings you back here to Wageningen?
My name is Martina Beuk and I studied here 25 years ago, and I invited my friend who also started 25 years ago to come with me to the reunion today.
Yes, and I'm Pauline van Rijkenvorsel and I studied environmental sciences, the master degree in '97, and I came here back to Wageningen to see what has changed, and it is a hot topic today, of course, climate change, biodiversity, sustainability. So it just to see the change and to reflect on what has happened in 25 years.
Yeah, and what is something that you noticed here?
Well,
it's completely changed here. We used to be on the hill with our environmental science building, and nowadays it's also concentrated here on the campus. So it's complete transition.
And we said we got email during our student time. I mean, now we have, in these times, we have smartphones and live streams, and we didn't have all these things 25 years ago.
It's a bit different, yeah.
Yeah, and the campus, of course, everything is modern.
Yeah. And I was wondering, you said you knew each other from back then. Are you still friends? You still keep in contact? Yes, we are friends. Regular contact. And are there more friends from back then?
No, not from our.
I did my best to come in contact with all my peers from '97, and I searched them on LinkedIn. However, they all had other plans or didn't notice the invitation, and luckily Pauline was the one that decided to come with me today.
How nice. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. And,
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good luck.
Okay.
Madelon spoke to Lambert and Maarten, who reflect on the Wageningen DNA, something that all Wageningen students and alumni share, and what drives them to work towards a better future.
Hello, I'm standing here at Impulse. Could you maybe introduce yourselves?
Yeah, my name is Lambert Vogelsang and I graduated in '86 in the field of rural development.
And my name is Maarten van Woerden. I graduated, I have to think back, in 1974, I think. And I did food science.
And now I'm curious, what brought you here back to the WUR campus today?
Yeah, what basically brought me back here is meeting students I met years ago. And well, this is not a student I met years ago, but a colleague of mine 25, 30 years ago. And actually that is really why I come here, to meet people and to share experiences and looking back at the good time in Wageningen, because it brought me a lot.
Yeah, I'm a quite curious person, so I want to hear and experience what kind of new developments or new inventions or research is done in Wageningen, and to make it accessible for the big Wageningen community, here and abroad.
And now I'm curious, do you think there's such thing as a Wageningen DNA? Do you think that there, like it's many years ago that you graduated, but do you still feel like people are the same or have the same values?
Yeah, that's really what I feel. And well, as an example, well, part of our work is doing assignments abroad. Everywhere in the world you meet people that have been studying in Wageningen. When you meet them only speaking about Wageningen, you already feel the connection. And what is that connection is, yeah, I think an internal drive to try to contribute a small part to a better world. And in harmony with people. And I think that is also what I learned here in Wageningen. Doing things together, but feeling your own responsibility to contribute to hopefully a bit of a better world.
Yeah, I agree with that, me as a current student.
Yeah?
So that's nice, yes.
And
nice
I
to
think
hear.
in general you can also say when you meet graduates from Wageningen, why did they go here? Usually they're quite pragmatic people, not very abstract, but try to be concrete. That's I think a very important thing. And they have a kind of idealism. What Lambert said, they want to contribute to improve the world a little bit further to develop. I think that's also interesting. And what in my personal case, I studied food science, I worked in organization development. Here you have the opportunity, you said also something like that, you start somewhere, because my background was in horticulture. I want to come here to study horticulture, then I studied food science, and I worked in organization development. So it's more, you have a good foundation to start working, and then you find out on the way what suits you best.
Yeah.
And that's nice of this university.
Yeah, well that's nice. I think it is great that today we have got the opportunity to talk with different generations of the university. So I will thank you for coming and have a nice day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and wish you all the best also
Yeah.
in finalizing your studies and the work you are going to pick up. And
Yes,
try
thank
to
you.
find your niche in everything that you can pick up. And
It is
lots
nice
of
to
success.
see that now it's continued to rain. Let's just continue. Maybe that's also a kind of
Maybe that's a sign to stop this interview.
Yeah, okay.
Bye!
Shall I say Wageningen? Or
I think I'm a Wageninger because I love curiosity, and here I'm extremely free in what I choose to be curious about, and I feel extremely grounded in having people around me who are equally as curious, especially in the face of like climate change and food scarcity and food shortages. It's really refreshing to know that there are people here thinking about these things, and that there are people here wanting to make a change and wanting to help people.
Nou, ik ben een Wageninger omdat Wageningen bekend staat voor multidisciplinair. Heel veel verschillende onderzoeken kunnen gecombineerd worden en daarbij vooral de combinatie tussen onderzoek dat je kan doen en het in de praktijk toepassen, wat belangrijk is voor beleidsvoering en management, vind ik heel fijn. En vandaar dat ik blij ben dat ik bij Wageningen werk.
Tess, hi.
What makes me a Wageningen is the fact that we love all sciences, and we love the life sciences. And as you see, we're all different and from all these different places. But what makes us special is our passions.
Science.
Wij zijn Wageningers omdat we 3 jaar in de Uitwaarden hebben gewoond. In een redelijk oud en vervallen huis. Maar wat erg gezellig is geweest. Ja.
Omringd door de paarden en de koeien en we hadden geiten. En elke dag gingen we even in de Rijn zwemmen. Dat maakt ons Wageningers.
No, I'm not ready. Okay, again.
I'm a Wageningen because I love the international experience and to meet people that come around all the world.
I love nature. This university is all about being better human being, make better choices, to be together with all the people and all what surrounds you. So just be the one.
I am a Wageninger because this is the most fantastic institution for education, research and creating value in the field of environment, sustainability, food and agriculture.
Well, I think I'm a Wageninger because I can find friends and family anywhere here, and it's just such a beautiful place to experience new things, and it's given me a place
to feel at home.
To feel at home and enjoy. And
yeah, even though we are from so far away, we feel at home here, and I think that's what makes us
Wageningers.
A Wageninger, yeah.
I think what makes me as a Wageninger is because I go to the library every day and playing lunch in the campus plaza.
We are Wageningers because after graduating we decided to hop on our bikes and to learn more about regenerative agriculture from a farmer's perspective.
Yeah, so we are cycling 7,000 kilometers in Europe, the Middle East and Africa, and we want to inspire others to do what they always wanted to do and to keep on learning.
I think I'm a Wageninger because I like being part of something larger than myself and being surrounded by people that are passionate about similar things from all over the world, and really getting to connect and exchange ideas is really special. Yeah, okay. Is that good?
Sustainability, land use and biodiversity are important. This Wageningen Experience Day is to share our stories with our alumni and discuss numerous topics and research areas. Even though they sometimes seem separate, they really are connected. Here at Wageningen we can make a difference in the challenges our planet is facing. Sustainability, land use and biodiversity are important keys. Did you know that the wolf has returned to the Netherlands after 150 years? Welcome to Wageningen Talks.
Wolf and other wild animals in Netherlands and in other places. And I would also like to introduce Olaf Rijnsburger to you. Olaf, where are you? Hi. Olaf, you're not an alumnus, you're a student. What do you study?
Yes, indeed. I'm still working towards becoming an alumnus. I'm currently finishing up my bachelor in plant sciences here at Wageningen.
Yeah, great. And what's so interesting about plant science according to you?
Yeah, we have a huge food problem to tackle in the upcoming years, and it's really inspiring to work with so many other students and teachers who are all drive to fix that.
Great, keep working on that, yeah. Let's start with Catherine, Senior Researcher, Water Management in Deltas. You've been working on the Delta Plan in Bangladesh for the last 10 years. How do you make a Delta plan? How do you start?
Well, that's of course very difficult to explain in a few moments, but it's in a way starts as a kind of small seed, an idea about the future. And in Bangladesh in 2009, our Prime Minister met with the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, and the discussion was whether Delta Plan was...
Yeah, we're trying to fix it again, I'm sorry. Yeah.
And the idea was whether a Delta Plan, like in the Netherlands, whether that would be an option for Bangladesh. And then a small research started, which we coordinated from Wageningen side, about the question whether a Delta Plan for Bangladesh would be a good idea, and if so, how it would look like.
Yeah.
So based on that, we started basically talking with a lot of people. And in general, people were not very happy in Bangladesh with the longer term issue on water management related to agriculture, related to climate change. And a number of plans are there, but implementation of plans is seen as a problem.
Yeah, so a lot of a lot of problems, and then you have to make a plan.
Yeah, and you want that the plan, by the time you finish making the plan, that also implementation follows suit. So we started more on parallel tracks with the implementation and the planning as well, combining different types of knowledge.
Yeah. What would you say is the key to this plan?
The key is that you have a vision for the longer term, and that in a way, and that I think is also courageous from the side of Bangladesh, that you stop only reacting to what kind of disaster is hitting you today, but that you try to see that where are we going and how are we going there together, and what can we do then to tackle possible problems that might occur in future.
Yeah. And what could you learn from other deltas? I mean, there are a lot of deltas around the world with similar problems, I would say.
Well, for instance, from the delta in the Netherlands, what you can learn is that we thought that regulated rivers and polders, that our water management is a very good idea. However, we now also realize that some of that is not, it cannot be continued forever. If sea level rise is more, then it might not be possible to continue the type of water management that we have in our country.
Yeah. So if you keep doing what you're doing, you have a ceiling. What you
And sometimes you cannot kind of do more from the same, but sometimes you need to change your idea about how you do the things you do.
And what should change in Bangladesh?
The main thing that changes in Bangladesh is that the immediate reaction to a disaster, what they are very good at in Bangladesh, slowly needs to change to more longer-term perspective. That if you have more build-up infrastructure, you do not want the whole city to go under the water. You want to prepare for these kind of disasters.
Yeah. We have some audio issues, as you noticed. We will try to speak up a little bit so you'll hear it. And then also online everyone can still hear it. We can't switch the microphones right now or use it, but we'll try to speak up, everyone here at the table. And you can also go to the restaurant and look at the live stream as well. The Prime Minister of Bangladesh is also involved in this plan, right?
Yeah, and well, not that I'm personally acquainted with the Prime Minister.
You don't call him every day?
Her, no.
Oh, her, yeah.
But to me, it shows that how something what is a kind of small seed at some stage become a mainstream policy of a country at some stage. In May this year, there was a Delta conference in Bangladesh in which the Prime Minister asked the attention also of other ministers that how do we align different type of policy, because this is a mainstream policy for Bangladesh as a country. So to me, that's a kind of experience that what started as a very small idea of which you do not necessarily know if it's a good idea, it can grow into something which is really important for a country.
Yeah.
And yes, in our kind of limited way, but we have contributed to make that happen.
Yeah. What is, as a researcher, the most difficult part in making this Delta plan? You worked on it for 10 years. What's difficult?
What is difficult is that if you work in science, you are supposed to know. But for the longer term planning, there are a lot of things I don't know.
Yeah.
But as a scientist, you're not supposed to say that you don't know. So the main difficulty is that you are looking together with a whole group of people, and you do not know exactly the way, and you do not know exactly where you're ending up.
Yeah.
And as a scientist, that's a pretty difficult thing to deal with.
Yeah. Because as scientists, you know that, of course, a lot of things you don't know, but maybe a general public or policymakers, they look at you and say, well, you're the scientist, right?
Yeah,
you should know.
Yeah. And I think what if you want to do innovative, if you want to develop innovative new knowledge, then you also need to kind of get out of your comfort zone. So it does help me that if I come in a situation where I do not know exactly what to do, how to do, that I don't think, I'm doing something wrong, but then I'm thinking, okay, maybe this is also something new and innovative that we are working on.
Yeah.
So let's not get upset, but let's get to work.
Yeah. Let's turn to Olaf. Do you have a question already?
Yes, as of right now, we don't have any questions online. So
Yeah?
for the people online, if you have any questions, be sure to ask them in our chat, and I'll be able to ask them for you. But we have a really large audience here in Impulse today. Yeah, I see already a question over there. Let me come to you.
Hi, Katrina. I'm sure that you could see in this Delta management power relationship And how could you deal with this power relationship and how it impacts in the management of this delta?
Differences in power relationship means that not everybody is getting a seat at the table. And so what we tried is that how to talk with as many as possible people so that we can try to get the different voices at the table. So that's what we were working on.
How do you try to get the voices at the table?
By not only talking to the people who come in the first instance in your circle, but also to make an analysis about which are there more, and to make deliberate effort also to reach out to them.
And maybe ask the policymakers, invite those people at the table. Yeah. Okay. Other questions?
I'm Jutta Weert, a biologist working in innovation management, and I was curious about your working formats which you established to cross borders and to communicate with each other. I mean, it seems to me that you have specialists at the tables, and of course everybody is in his own comfort zone, but then you have to trust and to somehow start to get to the same page and to exchange your experience and your know-how. So I was interested in how you start these activities, in this, how you get together and make this mindset, or that's my question.
Well, there is not really a kind of cookbook recipe of how to do this, but what we did is a kind of making the process in a kind of small circle and then making the circle bigger, and basically talking with a lot of people and explaining how from the team that is working on it, how we see what could be happening, and then trying to invite others to reflect on that and to explain from their side what they think that could be happening. And so with that, you kind of you do get what you mentioned also, you do get more or less in the same page, because you are talking about what is your vision towards the future, how could it look like, and then people bring up their different expertises in that, and so that also brings that you explain your concepts to each other so that you are moving together towards such a kind of future.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for your questions, and thank you, Olaf, as well.
I am a Wageninger because this is the most fantastic institution for education, research and creating value in the field of environment, sustainability, food and agriculture.
Wij zijn Wageningers omdat we 3 jaar in de uiterwaarden hebben gewoond.
As you see, we're all different and from all these different places, but what makes us special is our passions.
Yeah. Arnold Brecht, you're the Dean of Education here in Wageningen. What makes you a Wageninger?
Well, first of all, I studied in Wageningen, and I worked for quite some time at an institute in Wageningen, and the last almost 25 years at the university. So I'm really very Wageninger.
You're a very Wageninger, yeah. Good to hear. When did you graduate, and what did education look like back then?
I graduated in 1983, so it's quite some time ago. Well, actually, in a lot of instances, education was not that different then as now. I think, of course, a lot of elements which are currently also in Wageningen, that frames Wageningen education was also visible there. So, small-scale education, student-centric, highly motivated staff. That's also what we see today as well.
Yeah.
Of course, there were changes. Of course, 40 years there are changes, of course. What you see is that, of course, the learning environments have become more diverse. So we do student challenges now. We have academic training, so more diverse learning experiences for students. And of course, what's also clear that especially the last 10 years, also the including of digital techniques now had become much more prominent in all programs. For instance, to give an example, I think the last 4 or 5 years ago we created a lot of new courses, especially for master students, to deal with data science. I think you had in your previous talk, you had also a professor on data science and artificial intelligence. And that's, he's just one of the 3, but there are more. So we create a lot more course on data science. So that's actually changed a lot.
Yeah.
And also collaboration with universities outside. So we have in the Netherlands, we have a collaboration with Utrecht University, Utrecht Medical Center and Eindhoven. So we really stimulate students to exchange also courses, or not exchange students in fact. So that's really newer development.
Yeah, and what can they do at Eindhoven and
well, it's up to them, of course, because students in Wageningen, they have got a lot of freedom. That was also still in the past as well.
University of Freedom.
Yeah, well, that's diversity, I would say. Okay. So it's more offering students different, what we call learning paths. So, but it's up to them. So if they think there's an interesting course in Utrecht, and it fits in their program, they can do that.
Yeah.
They can select that and follow that.
Interesting. Yeah. And what would you say was the impact of COVID-19 on education here in Wageningen?
I think it's quite impactful. I think first of all the impact on the existing students. For instance, to give an example, on last Friday I was involved in a diploma awarding session. And of course, in the diploma awarding session, there always talks about what you did, etc. And really strikes me that all students who graduate were affected by COVID because they couldn't do their international study. All the data collection was done online, so it really affects them as well. So that's a direct effect. Also had a huge effect on how we organize our education. And to be honest, I think the teachers did very well. Were very motivated to offer students blended education. But that's, let's say, direct impact. But the indirect impact, you see it now because we learn also a lot during this COVID period. We learn how to do meetings online, how to do online practicals. And I think that's here to stay because what you see now is that we are currently discussing what key elements of our Corona period we might incorporate. Of course, it's up to the teacher, but there's a strong willingness to really incorporate the advantages of doing something online in the programs.
Yeah. So there are also some innovations you're proud of.
Yeah, innovation. Well, the most things were already there, so it's not really new. But the applications were there. So quite often the technology was already there. So it's not really so new what we did in COVID because we already have for years already online masters, which were completely online. So in fact, the technology is there.
Yeah.
But the adoption was, of course, was not there. But now people were forced to use it because otherwise it was not possible. And what you see then is that some things are, for instance, hybrid education is not really appreciated a lot by both students and teachers. So hybrid means doing online, what we're actually doing here, online and
very hybrid,
very hybrid together.
Yeah,
that's not what's appreciated so much. But blended education to really combine on-campus activities together with activities in your own field, at home, in other places. That's really appreciated.
Yeah. So then you do have. Education here, and then you could do extra assignments at home, or how does it work?
Practicals at home. For instance, to give an example, I think for mathematics, for instance, or statistics, a lot of the exercises were done also on campus, so together with teams of 2. Well, of course, you can also do it at home in your own, and some students study faster, or I would say slower than others. So that also creates a possibility to study on your own pace, in fact.
Yeah.
And we also have, as a university, invested now in what we call bring your own device. So we do not have on-campus computers anymore. So no, of course we still have a few, but the majority is gone basically. And it's up to the students to do it on their own laptop. But they can also do it basically at home, any place, anywhere. So that's and any time also. So that's really what has changed.
Yeah. I understood next week they're the open days again, right?
Yeah.
I read that 25% of the students in Wageningen is international. So how do they decide to study here? I mean, they're abroad and they go to online open day, or
of
how
course,
do you try
well,
to...
they're different. Well, indeed, next Saturday we have an open day, the bachelor open day. Our bachelors are still predominantly Dutch, so we have 19 bachelor programs. Hopefully we'll have also a new one, Bachelor Marine Sciences. It's also a new program. But in fact, we do have on-campus open days, and we hope to welcome a lot of Dutch potential students. The international students can also join because so they come also for the open days. But we do have also a master open day, and there you can also join online. So we have also online open days.
Yeah.
So it's a combination, in fact. So in fact, the same as we do here.
Exactly. Yeah. Hybrid. Yeah.
Hybrid. Yeah.
To what extent do you already mentioned Eindhoven and Utrecht? To what extent do you work with other universities and also maybe beyond the borders of the Netherlands?
Well, of course, in the Netherlands, what you see, there's the tendency to cooperate more between universities in terms of education. And so that's also what the government wants. So it is what they call open education, open exchange between students. That has various reasons. First of all, it's more efficient because if you study on more locations, it becomes also a bit more efficient for teaching. But also, it offers students a rich learning environment, so they can have more possibilities. And we do that on various levels. Of course, we're already doing that in Wageningen with student exchange. So in the bachelor, the students have one semester free, and we stimulate students also to go to other universities. So we have arrangements with over hundreds of universities where students can really go for half a year and study. So that's physical exchange, but learning something from others. Mm-hmm. But in the Netherlands, we focus on this EU alliance, as we call it. So Eindhoven, Wageningen, Utrecht Medical Center. And we have developed also a platform, Edu Exchange, where students can really pick their courses. Of course, there are some requirements, and then the whole administration below it is organized for them.
Yeah.
And of course, in Europe, because you asked about Europe as well, in Europe there's now the tendency to create so-called networks, European university networks or initiatives, where students, different universities merge and then create joint portfolios, double degrees or joint degrees. And even there's a way of thinking of developing a so-called European degree. Of course, that's still quite far ahead, but that we come to a more, what you call it, an European education arena where students can follow courses from other programs.
Yeah,
that's already there, but needs to be intensified.
So maybe the future will be European degrees.
Maybe, yeah. Of course, still quite, that can be a possibility, yes.
Yeah. Thank you for...
Okay, thank you very much.
For giving us your insights on the future of education, I would say. We have a reporter who's walking around here at the campus, Jelle Visser. Let's find out if he's there. Jelle, are you there? Where are you?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Well, the sun is shining, no more rain, so we went outside. Next to me is Dirk Bauma, 21 years old from Biddinghuizen, but he studies economics here in Wageningen. You're also a tour guide.
Yes.
We are here near a very famous statue. It's called the Zaaier. What makes this statue so special?
Yeah, this statue is really special because it's actually the symbol for Wageningen University. It's original from 1926. And all these times it has been placed to different places within the city. It follows the board, basically, where the board is placed, the statue comes with it. And since 10 years now, it's also placed here. And yeah, it's like the seed which is spread, of the seed of knowledge, which is spread under the students and to the world, basically, which is on this university.
All these buildings have Latin names. Also that one behind us. What's the name of this building?
This building is called Atlas, and which is really special about this building is that it's not completely finished. You can see the construction maybe a bit, and the idea was that there would be a lot of plans around this construction. But unfortunately, there was a small mistake in the calculations, and it would become too heavy in total. So that's why it's not completely finished.
But still it's special.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
Okay, Dirk, what do you think is the most beautiful building here in Wageningen at the campus?
Ooh, that's a good question. I would say Aurora, the Aurora building. It's relatively new, and so special about it, I think, is because it has so many windows. It's super light from the inside, and there are a lot of plants, flowers, everything. So yeah, it feels like you're almost a bit in a garden or something like that.
And which one is ugly?
Yeah, Zodiac. That's not really special.
No?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Actually, no.
Tell us the story about the tree with its own Twitter account.
That's really cool actually. There's a tree on the campus of Wageningen, and it has a few sensors within the tree, which can produce all the different aspects from the tree into a tweet. So the tree can basically tweet, "Hey, the sun is shining and now I'm thirsty," or "Oh, it's raining all day and now I've had enough," or something like that. And this year the tree had a sabbatical, but next year it will start tweeting again. Yeah.
There's a lot more to see here, Evelien, at the campus, because Wageningen, this university, has the only escalator in town at the campus. But Dirk will give you a private tour later on. Back to you.
Thank you. I'm really looking forward to that. Yeah. What's your favorite building?
It's a
Lumen? Yours?
Inside, not outside.
Okay. Yours?
Also.
Yeah? Oh, wow.
Yeah. I'm not objective in this, but Lumen.
Oh, really? Okay, everyone goes to Lumen, yeah. We will see Jelle back here to talk with you in the online breakout session with Arnold Brecht. I will talk to Pauline in a second, but first we do a little bit of history. Is this mandatory, this exercise? Do you have to do this?
The fire drill.
Yeah?
There are still fire drills.
Does it look like this or a little bit more professional? Yeah.
Very different.
Okay, I feel more safe now. Good to hear. Thank you. Yeah.
The last time I know that there was not a fire drill, but a real fire event was that our BHV, the service of staff doing the immediate action, they were earlier done with it than that the fire service arrived.
Oh.
So just to increase your feeling of safety.
Wow, that's impressive. Yeah, good to hear. Pauline Harmsen, you're a senior researcher at Food and Bio-Based Research. And normally I would never ask a woman in a talk show what she's wearing and why, but we are going to talk about fashion. So I can ask you, what are you wearing and why?
Well, this is made from wool and a bit of polyamide to make it a bit stronger. And this one is made from cotton and also a bit of elastane in there.
Yeah.
So I buy fabrics, so yeah.
Yeah, you buy fabrics, you make your own clothing.
Yeah.
Why do you do that?
Because I like it, I love it. But I'm also not really content with the clothes in the shops.
Yeah.
It's about design, but especially about material use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's wrong with the fashion industry, would you say?
Yeah, what's not wrong with the fashion industry, let's say. But yeah, the use of fossil resources, and not only as an energy source, but really as a source to make materials from, is a huge problem, but also the amount of waste and the amount of pollution. So that all builds up to quite a huge problem.
Yeah. So we should change that.
Yeah.
You can do that yourself, right? But we can also change maybe the industry. How can we improve the fashion industry?
Well, you can start yourself by buying less, and the things you buy, use it longer. Yeah. So higher quality, use it longer. That helps, very much.
But how do you know it's quality, right? How do you know it's good?
That's a good point. Of course, you can look in the labels, and what you will see is that a lot of materials, or a lot of textiles and garments, are made from synthetic materials. So when you can choose natural ones, like a wool or cotton or what's behind, that also helps.
Yeah, because you brought something with you. What kind of materials are this?
Yeah, you can make textile fibers from many sources, but plants you can use, and the most well known is cotton. But we can also that's the seed of the plant. Yeah. But there are also plants which have fibers in their stems. They're called best fibers, and there are 3 types of linen.
Can you show us which ones?
The brown one is from flax. The light blue one is from hemp. And the mixed one is from rami and cotton. Yeah. And when you touch them and you feel that they're also quite different. They're also quite different from cotton, but also between them there are differences. For example, this hemp is quite stiff. And this flax linen is much more soft and more smooth. So those kind of differences are there. Not everybody likes this, but I like it because it's very pleasant to work with and also pleasant to wear. Yeah. It's not like I'm wearing a plastic bag, which is the case when I'm wearing polyester. I really hate it. It's not. I don't like it. So yeah.
So you're actually setting an example. Look, we have a lot of great natural products you can wear, and they're of a good quality, and they look nice, right? It's beautiful.
I made it myself, so
well, I must say they're really Is there enough awareness about this?
No, of course not. No. People often don't know what type of material that their clothes are made from.
Yeah. Who knows what they're wearing? Yeah, who says, actually, I have no idea what I'm wearing right now. Yeah, also some people. Yeah, at the table as well. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm wearing. Yeah. So everyone should check what they're wearing.
You should be aware of the materials in general you use. Yeah. So we all know we have to change food, we have to change water, we have to change energy. But the fact that the materials we use, and it's not only textile, but also, for example, it's insulation materials, stuff like that. A lot of those materials are made from fossil resources. And we all want to get rid of these fossil resources, and then we also have to think what type of materials I want to use in my daily life. Yeah. Including textiles. Yeah.
These are more older techniques, I would say, right?
Older techniques?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Older natural techniques, right? But I could also say, for instance, leather. You can now also make it from apple, from fungi, from... Should we also focus on these new kind of techniques?
Of course. You also have to look, be innovative, be creative, look for other kind of materials to use. But I want to stress that, for example, the properties of leather from an animal or leather made from a fruit, this is not the same. So you really have to keep that in mind. And shoes from leather from an animal can last a lifetime, but I don't think that leather from a fruit can last a lifetime. Yeah. So those kind of differences.
So then the benefit is...
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. So what can we do? What should we do? Let's focus on everyone here in the audience. Check our labels. Sometimes it says sustainable, or on the website of the Bijenkorf it says sustainable. Should I trust it, or should I look it up, or how do you... Yeah, because we want to, of course, we're now convinced and we want to change our behavior.
Yeah, so not believe everything you see and you hear. And especially be aware of polyester and recycled polyester, because people then think, well, I'm very good there, sustainable, etc., etc. But in fact, it's not.
So don't buy recycled polyester because it sounds great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would not do that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go to Olaf. Yes. Do you have a question?
Yeah. Do we have some people in the audience who'd like to share their thoughts?
Well, if I buy polyester, at least I know there is no child labor involved, probably.
Why not?
Well, it's made in a factory. It's by machines. But cotton...
No. The child labor is not coupled to the material or the fabric.
Yeah, but you're talking about buying fabrics and make your own clothing, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
But how do you know that the fabric is not made by child labor?
Well, child labor, I think it's of course, in the cotton, for the harvest of the cotton, that can be. But in my opinion, child labor is often correlated to making the clothes. So I buy a fabric. I buy a piece of cloth, let's say, and that's made on machines. But stitching a garment together, that you need people to do that. We don't have machines that can produce trousers or a shirt. You have to do that by hand, and those kind of processes still, child labor is used.
Also picking cotton.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
Other questions?
Hello. I'm also interested in textiles and making clothing myself. And I also researched this topic a little bit. And cotton, I believe, is made with a lot of pesticides, whereas new viscose and so on, the synthetic fibers, are much more environmentally friendly. What are your views on that?
Yeah, so viscose, we call it a semi-synthetic fiber because it's made from wood. So then the resources are still from natural resources, that's good. But for example, viscose or synthetic fibers compared to cotton you can harvest and you can immediately, after a bit cleaning, immediately start weaving or spinning or whatever. But all these synthetic fibers, you realize that all the processing steps are quite huge. So from to go from a tree to a textile fiber, that really requires some processing, some chemicals, etc., etc. And that also should you take into account.
And which one is then more preferable in the economic? The environmental cycle.
So people always ask that, but I don't have an answer to that. Because it's also highly dependent on the user phase. So how long do you use it, but also what you can do after the user phase. What can you recycle it very well? Things like that.
So you have to take all these things into account
when
you buy something and also keep wearing it.
Yeah,
and so on. Yeah. Thank you very much also for the questions. Thank you, Olaf.
I'm a Wageningen because I love the international experience and to meet people that come around all the world.
I'm a Wageningen because I love nature.
Ik ben een Wageninger omdat ik 's avonds met vrienden in de uitwaarden een biertje doe.
You agree? That's I'm a Wageninger, yeah. Let's go to Huug Jansman. Thank you for being here. You are our cliffhanger for today because in the opening video, the president of the board said the wolf returned to the Netherlands. Did you know that after 150 years? And you kind of became our national expert on the return of the wolves in the past year. What's the status? How many wolves are there in the Netherlands?
We grew this year from 1 pack with pups to 4 packs with pups, and some settled individuals. And well, in Germany, the population is increasing from 1 pack in 2000 to close to 200 packs in the current year. So yes, it's a rapid expansion of the population, and we are on the front of the wave.
Yeah, we're going to have the same expansion, do you think?
Probably will have the same 25 population increase in this current situation of population growth in the Netherlands as well, yes.
Yeah. What makes the wolf such a fascinating animal? I mean, we talk about it all the time.
For me personally, it's because this species is most familiar to us people, humans. We are genetically close to chimpanzees and bonobos, but if you look at the family structure, the male fully being responsible for raising the cubs, not killing cubs from a former male. So yes, that's totally different than lions or chimps. And from that perspective, it's all about family, then wolves is most related to us humans.
Yeah. You're an ecologist, you don't work on the wolf the entire time, but is the Netherlands, would you say, a suitable country for the wolf?
It definitely is.
He's here to stay.
Although not everybody in our country agrees with that.
Yeah.
Some say we are export agriculture products #2 in the world, and therefore there is no room for nature. Every nature is rather quickly a nuisance, a bother, and we have to get rid of things. For me as an ecologist, I think we are nature, and therefore we have to learn to live in harmony with nature. And then the wolf is your conductor who is capable of running the whole system in a way that our brain and our heart is running a system in our body, and so we need it, definitely.
Yeah, but it is really a politicized topic, right?
Definitely, there's a lot of emotions involved. Everybody has an opinion on this species.
Yeah.
I've been in ecology for 20 years and I had a lot of conflict species, but this one is by far number one. Yes.
Is it the wolf, and then what comes next?
I would say red deers, rewilding, like the Oostvaardersplassen discussion, yes.
Yeah.
So what you see, it's not, actually, if you really look at what's going on with the wolf, it's not about the wolf. It's about the perception that we have the city with the elite and the agriculture rural country with people are losing their way of life, and they feel that they are being ruled by the people from the big city. And then you get a lot of conflict there, and whether or not it's the wolf or other species that are doing some pressure on that system, that's really harmful.
Yeah, the wolf is a symbol for a lot more. Let's also talk from the a broader perspective. You mentioned deers, beavers, we also have here, of course. How did their lives change in the Netherlands? What could you say? We have introduction maybe of new animals, maybe also animals that are dying here in the Netherlands.
Yeah. Well, we did make our mistakes. So, for instance, the beaver became extinct. And after 100 years, we reintroduced it again. And as Wageningen, we were involved in that, in the monitoring. And currently, the beaver population is doing that well that we even manage the species again, where animals are settling in areas where there is more conflict. And if your population is thriving, then you are allowed to do local management. So beavers we control again. Red deer is another species. We decided we allow red deer to live in certain areas, for instance the Veluwe, and there we control the population by culling 40% of the population each year. So yes, we have a different way of dealing with different kind of species in our country.
Yeah, and what are the challenges with dealing all these species in the Netherlands?
Slide number 1 I always show to my students is wildlife management is 90% management of people and 10% biology. It's all about, for instance, if you talk about wolves or red deers or beavers, it's all about conflict. Human-wildlife conflict is always human-human value conflict. What do you perceive as what is nature and what is conflict? For a beaver or a wolf there is no conflict, but it's in our mind that there is a conflict. So, as an ecologist, I should have a degree in sociology and psychology as well. But that's the challenge in our work. How do we now get a country realizing that things are changing, whether or not it's the delta that's with climate change, seawater rise, whether or not how we produce our clothing, our food. We have to change, and we have to realize that we are part of nature and that we have to live more in balance in a sustainable way with nature. And in such a world, there will be less conflict with animals like wolves and beavers.
Yeah. So this is a strange talk show because I asked you about your clothing. I would normally not ask a woman about what she's wearing. And I also didn't think this morning I would ask you this, but the menopause, it's also important, right? In your research. Tell us.
Well, if you talk about wildlife conservation, you talk about leadership. And if we look at social animal species, and for me humans are a social mammal species, then you see that female leadership is the norm. And in most species like elephants, killer whales, dolphins, or humans or wolves, it's the dominant female, the matriarch, who does the most important decisions in the pack or in the group. And the menopause is very important in that because in evolution, it's all about reproduction, and if you no longer are capable of reproducing, you are discarded, but not in social mammals. We humans, elephants, multiple species have this menopause, and it has a purpose. Climate change. Now it's very important that you have a leading female who knows where can I find water in a very dry period. So wolves realize that, elephants realize that. And I'm very happy that we now have female leadership in our university as well.
Yes.
And looking at Bangladesh, we should see that much more in the world. It's much more on sustainability.
I love this. Okay, let's take a look at Olaf. How are you?
Yes, we have some questions online.
Let's do
example,
one.
Yes, Germana, she's joining us today from Italy, and she has a question for you, Pauline. She was wondering about the dyeing of your fabrics. She was wondering how do you do that, and do you, for example, use algae to dye your fabrics? Could you elaborate on that?
Can you repeat the last?
How you color your fabrics? Do you, for example, use algae for the coloring?
Algae. Okay, now I understood. Yeah. So now, I don't color the fabrics myself. So I just buy the fabrics. So it's already dyed. But we are also within my current work, we are also looking at dyeing of textiles and how to make that more sustainable. And also use other kind of, again, resources to do that. And algae can be one of them. Yes. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, let's. I want to thank you for your answers, for the questions you all asked, and I would like to round up. This was the second Wageningen Talks. Catherine Tewischa van Scheltinga, Paulien Harmsen, Arnold Brecht, and Huug Jansman. There will be an online breakout session with you, Arnold, shortly after. If you're online, click on the pop-up and then you can go to the breakout room. Let's see. For the visitors here, you can still do the campus tour outside, so you can get a ticket. You can do that with your mobile phone and get one of the 15 tickets for the special exhibition of Chef's Special. There's a special registration for this exhibition, and Arnold is already leaving for the breakout session. The next Wageningen Talks is at 3 p.m. Olaf, what will you do in the meantime?
I'm going to be hosting the rest of the online program. The live stream is still continuing for the people joining us online. Stay with us. We have some interesting clips for you lined up, so tune in for that. And then I'll be back with you, Eveline, for the next Wageningen Talks.
See you for the third Wageningen Talks. Thank you for watching.
ba ba
in Wageningen, and more.
I'm a bit curious. Who are you guys and what brings you back here to Wageningen? Maybe we start over here?
So I'm Coralie. I studied economics. I'm leaving Ireland right now, and it's nice to be back to meet some friends and relive some memories. I had great experience here during the masters, and it was really enjoyable.
Yeah, my turn?
Yeah, your turn.
My name is Irina, and maybe some of you will remember me from back 25 years ago. I also studied economics, and I came from Russia back then. And it's very difficult to realize that it was 25 years ago, because some people ask me, how long have you been in Holland? And then you start counting. Now I'm not going to count anymore, because I know. And why I came today, to see people, and to actually to see how others who are here maybe for the first time since ever see and experience Wageningen, because actually I work at this building.
Oh, right now?
I am right now. I am a former Wageningen, but I am still
Wageningen.
for Wageningen. And I love doing that. I've been away for some time and I came back and I really, really love it.
Oh, perfect. So you all knew each other from back then? You were in the same class?
Yeah.
Oh.
We took
And
certain
parties.
classes together. Yeah, and parties, International Students Association, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, really good, really good.
Yeah, and Coralie was teaching me salsa. Because she learned it first from other international
So
students.
thanks to all the students from Latin America.
Yeah, we had some good fun then.
The famous international club.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
That's true.
yeah,
That's where we were meeting also.
And the World Cup 1998, the barbecue. That was great fun.
Yeah? Was it a famous barbecue?
You remember?
I don't know. It rained, so we had to stand with Alan Zidic had to stand with umbrellas to make the barbecue.
You also remember it?
A little bit.
Okay.
There's so many of those nights, to be honest with you, and days. We just kind of like roll into each other day to night to day, like coming out from I'm not sure I should put this on camera, but you're coming out from a party and like, oh God, you still need to attend a lecture like in about 4 hours. Like, yeah, then we were young.
So what is the most funny memory you have together while you were studying here?
We can't tell that on the camera.
Some of our kids might be watching, so that's a bit inappropriate right now.
Okay.
Actually, the nicest experience is that I met my wife in Wageningen.
Oh, you met each other
yeah.
here? Oh, okay. And how did it go? You were in the same
in the
class?
international club.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Close to Haarweg.
Close to Haarweg.
Yeah, that's the club.
Yeah.
But that was a privileged club because you needed to be a member to really get in.
Yeah, you needed to be introduced.
We were really
Yeah. That was fun. I remember for me, one of the ones I remember was because I became at some point in time, I think I was the secretary of ISO, the International Students Organization of Wageningen.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was really fun. I think we turned the place around. We got really, really kicking a lot, and it, I think to a certain extent, became like the place to go on a Saturday, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
That's where Coralie was teaching.
I remember that. That was really fun. And I think probably later on today we might just take a walk that way just to see what it still looks like, right? Yeah. We tend to like, at least if this rain stops, maybe do a little walk around the campus. Otherwise, we'll just drive around the campus. I guess.
To notice any differences maybe, or?
To be honest,
so much has changed.
Besides the buildings.
Yeah. It's a bit Saturday now, so I'm not really quite sure what the buzz is like. You know, like during the week. You know, when it's actually like formally going on. But I had like a nostalgic feeling, you know, when I was driving, you know, when we're like driving into Wageningen, it's like, oh my god, and then all this memories just start coming back again. Fantastic, really great.
Oh, that sounds
really
so
great.
good.
Yeah, and to be honest, I was again inspired by the rector's speech, you know, and I'm really happy to see the direction the campus is also going in, and the stronger ties that are coming, you know, between sustainability and data science, because that's the area actually that I'm working in a lot nowadays.
Okay.
And
so what work are you doing specifically then?
right now I'm in charge of analytical products for a major Dutch bank.
Okay.
I'll prefer not to, name names, so let's keep it like that, because I have some headhunters after me already now. So
Then you can find him on LinkedIn.
And there is his badge.
Yeah, but really fun. I like it. It's really developing well, I think. And when you really look at what this institution also does, you know, I think where we find ourselves in the world right now, it's it's become really critical. You know, the kind of stuff that is done here becomes really critical to sustainability and the future of mankind, to be honest, because it is a much broader topic than just Wageningen. You know, it's a worldwide thing that's being handled here, so to speak. Yeah. So quite happy, part of that big picture, so to speak. So yeah.
That's really nice to see where the new generation is inspired. Huh? Very nice to tell also that my eldest son is studying at Wageningen now.
Oh, really?
So, yeah,
This
I'm actually very proud
the same study as
being
you
a
guys?
Wageningen myself, and he's actually doing the same study, economics.
Wow.
Yeah. So we
So
all
you
have,
inspired him then?
yeah, we all have passion for green.
Yeah.
That's
a good one.
Yeah.
Well, enjoy your day here
Yeah.
and catching up with each
Yeah.
other.
Yes.
And,
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for having us too. Eh?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Get out of the rain now.
My colleague Marloes spoke with Marijke about her experience of Wageningen. She shared being a proud WUR alumna and how she loves the plants in the WUR buildings.
Everyone, welcome. I'm a bit curious. Who are you guys?
So, welcome to the Wageningen Experience Day. I hope you're having a good day so far. I was wondering, could you introduce yourself? Yes, of course. I'm Marijke Telissen. I'm 28 years old. I live in Amsterdam, and at the moment I work for the municipality of Amsterdam. Cool. As a water and climate adaptation consultant.
That's my dream job, actually. That's really cool.
Oh, that's up there.
Yeah, sounds really good.
Connection.
And what is your connection to Wageningen?
I studied here. I did my master's program here, master's environmental sciences with the thesis track. It was called Water Systems and Global Change.
Oh, that's a good way into
exactly.
municipality.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, definitely.
And I was wondering, because you studied here 2 years, I think.
Yeah, a little bit more.
Okay, a little bit more, maybe some extra activities or something. Did you bring a piece of Wageningen with you to Amsterdam? Is there something in Wageningen?
Well, I think that every time that I meet someone who also studied in Wageningen, there's like this instant connection.
Yeah.
And I don't know, just like the thing of being here on campus, it's something that I really enjoy and that I want to, like the connection that I have to the campus and the university, something that I really try to bring with me when I meet other people, and I also kind of brag about studying.
Okay, so what did you say? What did you say when you brag about Wageningen?
Just that I really love it here, that all the buildings have so many plants.
Yeah, that's good. That's very true.
Yeah.
So did you enjoy the Wageningen campus so far?
Yeah, definitely. We just did a tour with one of our friends. She guided us to tour, and we're going for our first talk in this year, so I'm very excited.
I wish you the best day, and thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Bye.
And another colleague of mine, Madelon, spoke with Bernard, who talked about his student life here in Wageningen. He shows us some pictures and an old address book and some student newspapers.
Hello, and we're here at the Orion building, and I'm here today with
Bernard Weertmeester. Bernard without an H and Weertmeester. It sounds a little weird.
It's a nice name.
Yeah, it's a nice name. It's difficult in foreign countries.
Yeah, I understand. So you studied here 50 years ago, you said?
Yeah, we started in 1972, and I took my first grade, crocodiles grade, took 2 years. After that, I studied agricultural engineering.
Nice.
Which was called N32, I think.
Okay, so now I'm curious, what brought you back today to the campus?
I'm still interested in Wageningen. I come here sometimes, even for the local football club who played at the Wageningen Mountain.
Oh, yes.
And yeah, I live in Zeist, which is half an hour from here, and I saw some people also on the list that were very interesting to meet again.
Yes.
And that brought me back to the campus.
And did you already talk today with some people you've studied with or lived with?
Yeah. Even some people from my high school I met here, who at the same time went here. And the others were people from study and people from Unitas. I was a member of the Unitas student
Association.
society.
Yeah.
which was halfway the mountain. Eh?
You had to cycle up.
We had to cycle up to Unitas, and at that time I first stayed in a normal household, and then I moved to Assel Park, which is one of the big student dormitories, and we always ate it at the student mensa.
At the student
it has a student association. They have a social function for cooking food.
Yeah, well, that's nice to eat together with other students. So, what is your favorite memory from your time in Wageningen?
I had many good memories, and once was I've been a journalist at the Wageningen University paper, the weekly magazine about, and I wrote some articles on sports in Wageningen around. I even have brought some with me, and it was very nice to do.
Wow.
You come, you meet all kinds of people. Some playing cricket, other playing hockey, other playing badminton or ping pong. Or
Can we maybe see some of that old newspapers?
Yeah. This was the Wageningen Afspeelblad. We once had a front article on the combination of the university and the research institutes. This was 1980, which is now very normal. But then we
back
found
then it was big news.
it was big news that they were going to have one library and one technical facilities thing, etc. And now I had some more about, and the inside was the swimming pools in Wageningen and its surroundings. If you wanted to go swimming, in Wageningen there was a swimming pool which was called Sportfondsbad.
Yeah.
And it was cold, it was never heated, the water.
Oh.
And in Bremen, the swimming pool was inside the zoo. So you had to go into the zoo to do swimming.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's now where the sea lions have their shows. That was the
Ouwehands
the Ouwehands Zoo.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the former.
That's funny that you have swum where the sea lions.
Yeah, that's now the exhibition. In Ede you had 4 swimming pools, one in Bennekom, 2 in Ede, and 1 in Lunteren. And then you had in Doorwerd with artificial waves.
Okay.
That was most expensive. Yeah.
Well, it's funny how that changed because now the students swim at other places and not at the sea lions.
No, not at all. They swim maybe in the River Rhine. Or,
yeah, also in the River Rhine.
Yeah.
Well, it's great to hear about your stories, and it's also nice to see this old newspaper you brought.
And did you know? Let me see where I left it. Oh, yeah. This is also very. We had a WUR, which was the Wageningen Studentenorganisatie, and they brought every year a dress guide, and they said they had all the students,
wow,
including their study, the society they were a member of, their address, telephone number, and the address from their parents, and the telephone number.
That's really elaborate.
That was before privacy was discovered in this country.
Yeah, now that wouldn't be possible anymore. But it's funny to see this.
You need
very
good
small.
eyes.
You need good eyes to be able to read
it.
Yeah, indeed.
It was also so funny. I have 2 left, I think.
Well, that's nice to see. Indeed, nowadays this wouldn't be possible anymore.
No, you couldn't do it.
No.
It's very hard to get addresses from others, and so the same is from the editorial board of the Wageningen Hogeschool.
Well, it's cool that you still have all these documents.
Yeah. I have a lot, some photos also. We went to Kalkar all together. There was a nuclear power plant was built in Kalkar. Oh, here you can see the snow at the Droevendaalsteeg near the barakken.
Great, you made some nice snowmen.
Yeah, we had 200 square meters of gardening. Let's see, this was Kalkar. There was a nuclear power plant just over the border in Germany, and there were 13 or 15 buses full of Wageningen students who went there to demonstrate against the. And it has never been operational. It was a thrill of view 1997. Yeah.
That's nice.
1979.
1979. Yes. Well, great to see all those memories you brought today. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And I hope you have a nice day.
I hope so.
Lotta is with us too here today, and she is taking a trip down memory lane. Be sure to share your memories with us on our online social wall.
We are standing here in front of a memory tree where all the alumni can write a message on what connects them to Wageningen, what memories they are getting being here again. And I think it's nice to have a look on what people wrote on this tree. So the question on the card is, when I think of my time in Wageningen, I think about. So let's see what people think about. Here we have one. When I think about Wageningen, I think about meeting international students. I think about riding my bike on the mountain, on the Wageningen mountain. What have we else? I think about endlessly nice conversations, living in my student house, traveling, making beautiful travels, and a whole lot more. What else do we have? Growing up, also a very good one. Yeah, riding my bike on the mountain, chatting with colleagues, having a lot of fun with my study friends and my roommates. Oh, that's a cute one. Because maybe not all people online know this, but the campus is now located here, as you probably all know. But before the campus was here, it was located on the Wageningen mountain, it's called, the Draaien. And that's why all these people remember riding up the mountain, because the campus was located at the top of it. Fun fact. What else do we have? I think about all the lovely people that I have got to know and that have made a change in my life. That's also very cute. Maybe not for camera, that one. I think about, oh, this one is very cute. Wageningen has made my world bigger. That's very cute. I think about parties, of course. Wageningen gave me the wealthiest gift you can set. People from all over the world. Okay, let's look at the last one. Maybe someone over here. Yeah, okay, this is a good one to end it with. When I think about my time in Wageningen, I think about delicious ice creams and having a great time studying here. Well, those were some of the memories that the alumni have here. Let us know on the social wall what your experience and connection to Wageningen is.
This Wageningen Experience Day brings work colleagues and alumni closer together. Numerous topics and research areas will be discussed, and they are all connected. Climate is not separate from food security, and that in turn is linked to the circular economy. The challenges our planet is facing have an impact on our daily lives. A hybrid get-together, just like we do today at the Wageningen Experience Day, for example, is a very good alternative for flying. Welcome to Wageningen Talks. Thank you, Sjoukje Heimovara, President of the Executive Board of Wageningen University and Research. Welcome, everybody. Welcome here at Impulse. Welcome, everybody at home. We have alumni from 54 countries with us today, amongst others from Ethiopia. And in these Wageningen Talks, I have three guests here with me at the table. Guido Kamps, he is researching what we eat, when we eat, why we eat. Yannis Athanasiadis, I practiced, tries to make the world a better place using artificial intelligence. And Emmeke Vierhout, she has a farm in Ukraine and is raising money to buy 10,000 water filters. More about that in this talk show. And I would like to introduce Olaf Rijnsburger. Olaf, you're not an alumnus, you're a student. How are you?
Yeah, I'm so excited to be here today with so many people joining us here in Impulse and online. I'm excited to have a nice conversation here.
Yeah, let's find out what people want to ask my wonderful guests here at the table. You're my co-host today, and you will monitor the online questions and see if you have questions here in the audience as well. Let's start with you, Guido Kamps. One of the projects you're working on is the hungry robot. Can you explain this to me?
Well, we're trying to do all this research in why people eat, when they eat, how much they eat. And we decided to call that all-encompassing hungry robot, as in the automation of doing nutrition research. So that's where that came from. And it also helps in that it sticks, because even you now refer to it.
The hungry robot, right? It's kind of awesome, we also have some footage of that research. Let's see if we can see it. And then maybe you can explain what we see.
Yeah, so we see a colleague here from Eindhoven who's eating a chocoladepepernoot, a chocolate biscuit. And on the screen you see the algorithm in real time looking at his body posture, looking at his face, putting all these markers on his body so that we can count how he's behaving, but also how he's chewing when he's swallowing. Now, a lot of people might be, why on earth would you be interested in how people chew and how people swallow? Most people try not to look at other people eating because it's disgusting usually. But we are interested in figuring out how you eat because it can influence how much you eat, for example. So if you want people to eat less, then you want to know how often they chew, because then you can modify the food. So, and this is one of the ways doing it automatically, instead of having some poor master student looking back at his footage and in Excel clicking when somebody's chewing.
Yeah. Does it work properly?
No.
No?
It doesn't work at all. No, we're getting there. But it's very difficult in different types of people. It's very difficult when people are not looking at the camera. So in the best of cases, it works really well. And then, as it always is in research, in practice, it's difficult. So we're getting better.
Yeah, you have to improve.
Constantly.
Yeah. And it's probably also better because if I have to report what I'm eating all day, then probably I'll forget like half of it, right?
Yeah, so we know...
And how I do it and so on.
Yeah, exactly. So we know, the current golden standard for knowing what somebody eats is having a dietitian interview or doing a questionnaire. And we know that the accuracy is around 60%, and that also the higher your BMI is, the more likely you are to underreport what you're eating.
Are you saying people are lying more if they eat more?
Well, it could also be that these people simply don't know what they're eating. And so I think every type of mechanism you want to invent with feedback or coaching or helping people out, you need better data, and that's why I'm interested in gathering better data.
Yeah, and how does it work? Because we see you can look at the camera how they're chewing and so on. What kind of factors do you want to research?
Yeah, so that's and I think that might be quite novel for people who have this who aren't aware that there's so much AI research happening now at Wageningen. So we have another professor this morning. We are working together with companies on campus. So one of the things is a smart snack box that records when you're snacking. We have algorithms on watches that detect drinking and eating behaviors so that we can know, hey, something's happening. So we're doing all of these little technical innovations to get to the moment you're eating, how much you're consuming by using smart scales that can record the weight that's changing on a plate or on a tray.
Yeah.
So all sorts of techniques.
I understood you use it in nursing homes, right?
Well, that's the idea, that in the end we can use this research in a nursing home or in a care facility to see what patients are eating and which ones aren't, and also whether they're getting enough protein, because we know that protein intake in the elderly but also in patients is very important for their recovery and also for preventing complications.
Yeah. What are some of the research questions behind all of this? What do you want to know?
So I think the essential question is, what are people eating? So that's like the main question, because we think we know, but we actually don't. And then we can divide that up into, as you said before, like when are they eating? So how many eating moments are there? But also how are they eating? So that's where this video comes in. So the chewing behavior, the eating behavior, etc. And then the last question is, what exactly are they eating? Because let's take a typically Dutch example, which is like a sandwich with chocolate sprinkles, right? So a boterham met hagelslag for the Dutchies. And then, firstly, just having to type that into a food diary is horrible. But then also, it's probably wrong, because you either ate a whole wheat or a brown or a white sandwich, and then with butter or margarine, and then there's different types of sprinkles. And that can all influence the amount of calories or what you're specifically eating. So the goal would be to make that automatic, so you don't have to put in all that effort, which leads to incomplete data or errors.
Yeah, so this way you improve your data and improve your research. What do you want to do with that knowledge? How can we? Do I have a tray when I eat, or is it giving me feedback? Stop eating sandwiches with chocolate sprinkles, or is it also a method to give me feedback in the end?
Yeah, so I'm interested indeed in what is the effect of, for example, food structure or the type of meal on how do you eat or when do you eat. So I want to know that part, but all nutrition research is based on the foundation of gathering data on what people eat. So if we can improve that, then actually all of the research that's happening in the building literally next door, the human nutrition department, can improve. So I think almost every research question could be impacted by this. But for me, I'm very interested in, for example, are ultra-processed foods as bad as they are made out to be, or are they not really that bad? Those types of questions are more easily answerable if we have good technology.
Yeah. And are there also things, because I'm looking at the AI professor next to you, that you want to measure but you cannot measure yet? You're like frustrated, I would really like to know this, but hey, I don't have the technical solutions to that.
Well, yeah, so getting back to the sandwiches, we wanted to see if we could figure out what's in between a sandwich. So in Dutch you have the double sandwich, which is 2 layers of bread, and then you have some sort of topping in between. And we were interested in, can we make a video or a photograph of that sandwich and then use AI magic to see what's in between. And then that's because light doesn't...
James Bond level.
I know.
Yeah.
But so the reason this should be theoretically possible is because light doesn't reflect always from the surface, but sometimes it goes a little bit deeper and then it reflects back from a little bit of a deeper layer. So we thought, we should be able to do this. It failed magnificently so far, but we are still working on it. So we're now using a camera that's, I think, 60,000 euros, and we got the difference between cheese and chocolate sprinkles. But so I would love to be able to scale that, to make that smaller and carryable, because we cannot ask participants to carry around a 60,000 euro camera and put their sandwich in there before they eat it. So yeah, it's tricky.
Yeah, life's difficult as a researcher.
But, I'm smiling because it's also amazing to be able to do that at this university.
Yeah. Can you help out, Jannis? Or?
Yeah, solve it for me, please.
Yes. Please give me a call.
Yeah, let's do that afterwards. Yeah. So many people maybe in the audience recognize you also because you participated in Heel Holland Bakt, the Dutch spin-off from the Great British Bake Off. And there it's also very clear that food is not only about nourishment but also a social thing, right? In the Heel Holland Bakt, it's gezellig, as they would say in Dutch.
And it has to taste good, because that's something we tend to forget sometimes when we focus on the health aspects.
It has to taste good, otherwise you don't win the show. It's a social thing. How do you measure that with all your AI?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Is it a part of your research, or is
no? Well, I think it's also, it makes it. It's a very good question, because sometimes we tend to focus so much on the nutrients or the components of the food that we tend to forget that people don't consume calcium. They don't consume carbs. What they consume is food, and it happens to be made out of these components, but what they are actually interested in eating is food. So we should always come back to the fact that people are consuming real food and not just a collection of nutrients. And so it's a very good question, and we don't have very good tools to measure that, apart from asking them, do you like it? And then they rate it, and then they say, I like it very much, or in some cases with our test foods, they hate it.
Yeah.
And they say, I like it, I don't like it at all.
Yeah. But also in the decision making of, am I going to eat right now? Of course, the social aspect is also really important, right? So maybe you will come up with something that says to me, don't eat that sandwich with sprinkles right now. But then, my friends are eating it and I want to eat it.
And that's completely true, and it also shows you the gap sometimes that's between research and real life, because if we really want people to focus on their food, we put them in these little white cubicles. They're in the building next door, where they are completely focused on the food, and they have to give all these scores, like how much do you like it, and how much salt can you taste, etc. But then when they go home, like me, they eat with their family and their kids, and sometimes you finish a meal because your kid refused to finish it, and you think, it's such a waste to throw it away. I'll eat it, and life is messy, and research has to sort of like figure out the truth within that messiness.
Yeah, great. Let's go to Olaf for questions.
Agree from all this talk about food
myself.
Yeah,
I can imagine.
For the people online, be sure to share your questions with us in the chat. But for now, I think maybe we have some people in the audience who would like to share some thoughts about, or a question for Guido about his research or about food. Anyone here who'd like to ask something? Yeah, we got a question over there. Let me come to you.
Hi, very interesting research. Have you considered a culture factor in your research? Because, for example, during the lunch, we had really interesting discussion with a professor sitting over there. When he was in Africa, he is a veteran. But as Africa, the family over there, they would like to treat him as the god guest, right? Therefore, that's sometimes not that much polite, not eat meat over there. And over years and years, they were convinced, okay, this is also really good to eat plant-based food for veterans. How much big impact of the culture factor in your research? That's my question. Thanks.
Yeah, again, that's an excellent question, and I think it goes a little bit towards what are you interested in. The moment you want to do a specific research that's so narrow and so focused that basically all humans are the same, then it doesn't matter. But the moment you want to know how people actually eat or how they consume, food is so cultural that it becomes amazingly important. And also you should be very aware that you cannot extrapolate your results beyond, for example, the boundaries of the Netherlands, or this issue we have in Wageningen, the boundaries of Wageningen. Because let's be honest, we do all of our research usually on campus with students from here or people from here, and they're healthier and more health conscious, and they know more about food than the general person only 10 miles or 10 kilometers away from here. So it's very important. It's a very big issue. And one funny example maybe is that we look at these smart utensils or smart trays, and they will work very well in the Dutch or Western European system, but they will not work at all in, for example, an Asian system. And one of my PhD students is Chinese, and he mocks our smart utensils because, like, you should make smart chopsticks because that's way easier, because then you don't have to do a spoon and a knife and a fork. So there's this interesting research about smart chopsticks instead of smart utensils, and that shows you how how big the difference is.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, thank you for your question, and thank you, Olaf.
Could I ask one question?
Oh, we're going to video. Yeah.
I think I'm a Wageninger because I love curiosity.
Ik ben een echte Wageninger omdat ik hier geboren en getogen ben.
I'm a Wageningen because, you know, this is the place where we feel that we are at home.
Wageninger. Okay, you can ask a short question.
Oh, I was just wondering how you prevent your research not to be misused by the larger companies, because I reckon that these data would be very interesting to them as well, in a bad way maybe.
Yeah, but I think that's something that really changed the past couple of years. We have such strict privacy officers, data stewards at the university now, and we have these contracts that are checked by legal to make sure that that doesn't happen. So I'm actually really comfortable with the research we're doing. The moment it leaves the university, it's a different question. That's something that we always have to consider. So it's a consideration.
Yeah. You're already talking about data, so Yannis Athanasiazis, welcome. You're one of the 3 artificial intelligence professors here at Wageningen University. One of your colleagues was here in the talk show this morning. What is your expertise within AI?
So my expertise is on the interface between AI and environmental and agricultural applications. So I have been working both with reasoning systems, but also with data mining and deep learning for forecasting yields, but also for ecological applications.
Yeah. So you're walking around here in Wageningen to try to find applications for AI within those fields, right? Could you already give an example of the questions you receive from researchers here?
We receive a lot of questions that have to do with pattern recognition, like those of Guido, that we want to automate how we monitor or we measure things, from greenhouses to food tasting chambers. But what interests me more is how can we have a more holistic view, and how we can learn not patterns, but how can we learn behavior, how we can learn policies, how we can look into AI from a systems perspective, not for automating measuring, but improving and helping us understand the behavior of food systems.
Yeah, and could you give an example of that? How could that work? How could that help research?
We have, for example, with a PhD student of mine, we are building a machine learning pipeline that can predict yields all across Europe and for several crops using machine learning and data-driven methods. That's something that in this extent is the first time we do it in Europe. Or in another case, we're using AI for giving better advices to farmers when and how much to fertilize using knowledge from historical data.
Yeah.
But also their preferences, because a key thing is that we shouldn't have one shoe to fit all, but we need to take under account the local conditions, the
personal preferences or practices of each farm and have a more personalized or local advice.
Otherwise, they won't do anything with your advice. Maybe.
Otherwise, we have a generic kind of average kind of, let's say, approach, which is good for understanding. And for a long time, I think it was it was the norm for doing science. But now, if we really want to have AI and data-driven methods approach actually farms or citizens, we need to be able to tailor them for each individual situation or location.
Yeah. I read that you say that you are part of the machine vision community. What is it?
Well, machine vision is more about how we can use cameras, either these are photographs or videos, but also any other kind of images like remote sensing images and use computers to analyze what's happening in these images. And there has been a big move in this area in the past 5-10 years, and it has been a huge progress. So we can now this community can transcribe videos, can translate text, can generate videos out of text, all these kind of things. So there is a huge potential and opportunity there.
Yeah. How would you like to use that, if since that is possible now to do that with video and images and so on? How can we use that in daily life?
So, for example, we could use this kind of methods to monitor through remote sensing and satellite images how the planet is behaving, to take the pulse of the planet and understand what kind of transitions are going on. Yeah. But for that, we need to also integrate it with other kinds of data, not only imaging or video footage, but data coming from all different kind of sources, from sociological to economical data to other kinds of historical data.
Yeah. So, for instance, if you have an image on climate change, for instance, or the weather is changing, or fires or something, and combine it with other data, and then say what to do, is that how you can use it?
That would be the holy grail. Yeah. And I think this is where we would like to go, but it's extremely difficult, because one thing is to be able to detect what is in an image, and another thing is to detect what will happen in the future. And with the ongoing climate change, it's we are going out of the historical distributions. So, and this is why we're focusing a lot in my team on how to blend AI and data-driven methods with process-based models, with physical models, so that we can actually extrapolate out of what we have seen in the past. Otherwise, these kind of systems are limited to what they have seen only. Yeah. But if we want to go and make predictions or advices in new conditions, that's a very challenging problem. Yeah. We need to integrate the knowledge we have of these systems, and we have a lot of that knowledge in Wageningen. So,
and there will be a data science master, I heard. From Arno Brecht.
Yes,
right. So
that's
it's expanding.
True. Yes, it's expanding a lot, and this is where I think that happens also in Wageningen. We go into a new era where data-driven methods will become a toolkit, a necessary toolkit for any kind of scientist in the Wageningen domain. So it is the new statistics in a way. So it is an indispensable tool for whatever kind of analysis you do.
Before we go to our reporter Jelle Visser, I want to ask the audience if they have a question. Olaf. Yeah.
Thank you very much. A question on the data quality. Because rubbish in, rubbish out, that's what we always hear. How are you dealing with that?
That's true, and I think this is where agricultural and environmental data sets are really a very important challenge for the whole AI community, because our data are naturally very noisy, and hearing the actual signal through the noise is a very big challenge. So, but we can do A little bit of that. But we need more also fundamental research on improving algorithms and systems to be able to detect the actual pattern throughout the noise.
So all the data science students here in Wageningen can work on that, right?
We will keep them busy.
Yeah. Thank you, Jannis. Thank you also for the question. Let's find out where our reporter Jelle Visser is. He is somewhere here on campus. Jelle, where are you? Jelle, are you there? We see you, Jelle. Can you hear me already? Jelle. Are you there, Jelle? Hi, Jelle. Oh, let's continue and then we'll get back to Jelle. Let's go first to history.
Evelien, can you hear me? I'm in the library
I can
of
hear
the
you,
Wageningen
Jelle.
University.
Let's come back, Jelle.
Joke Webbing is explaining us. I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Tell us where you are.
Okay, but no sound. I'm in the library and it has very thick walls. Can you hear me? I don't know.
I think I'll continue, right? Let's get back to Jelle in a couple of minutes. But first, we have a little bit of history in a video. Let's find out. Strange footage we have here. Guido, you said I know what this is.
Well, I think they're doing a metabolic study and looking at her metabolism. So
Wow.
that's what I think they're doing. But we have better methods now.
Yeah, it looks like a horror movie, right?
Well, I think in this hashtag #MeToo era, this might not be the ideal way to do it.
Yeah, I don't think the ethical commission would approve this, right? Okay, let's continue. Let's go to Emmeke Vierhout. Welcome. You're alumnus of Wageningen, right? Yeah. How is it for you to be back on campus? You live in Ukraine normally?
Yeah, well, I haven't been back for long, and to be honest, I don't think I ever was on campus when I studied.
Oh, there was no campus?
Not yet, or maybe it was the first buildings were here, but I studied on the New Landen, which to me
Some
was,
people say, yes.
Yeah, which was a long way away.
When did
from,
you start studying?
1996.
And what did you study?
Tropical agriculture. Okay.
Yeah. So I already mentioned you live in Ukraine or have lived on a large farm you own with Kees Huizinga.
Yes.
What is it like in Ukraine right now for you, where you live?
Right now for us, it's quiet where we live, although it's not peaceful because there are still always in the town nearby there were kamikaze drones launched like 2 days ago. Another town there was an attack as well, but yeah, it's not systematically, and we live in a small village, so we feel pretty safe under these circumstances. Yeah.
But you're returning to the Netherlands.
That was already planned because for high school, my daughter is 13, and we already planned that long time ago. It was only a bit earlier than planned now.
Yeah. You want to do something for people in Ukraine. What's would you say is the biggest problem right now? I mean, of course, they're in the middle of a war, but...
Yeah, well, with some other entrepreneurs from Ukraine, we've started a foundation, the Leo Kiev, and from the start of the war, we've been bringing goods to Ukraine or buying goods in Ukraine, and it's just whatever we hear that's needed at a certain moment, that's what we bring. And at this moment, basically in the areas that are being liberated, the deoccupied areas, it's a humanitarian disaster. On all fronts. They need food, they need clothing, they need electricity, there's the winter coming, but also there's no safe drinking water. Especially in these areas, they don't have water wells, which we have in our part, so everyone has their own water well. In these areas they don't, in Kherson and especially the North Kharkiv region. So they're dependent on water systems, and the Russians basically damaged them or destroyed them. The other problem is that a lot of the surface water has been polluted also by dead bodies lying in the water. So that's why safe drinking water is in great need.
Yeah, and there is a solution for that. You want to, you found a solution with the help of other alumni of Wageningen, right?
Yes.
Could you explain what the solution is?
Guido and Lieselot, they're also alumni from Wageningen. They developed a water filter, a ceramic water filter after the tsunami in Aceh. And this is quite a cheap solution to clean water, surface water or rainwater from bacteria and
Zoonosis?
Yeah, help me.
Zoonotic.
Yeah. And these are very simple filters. They're just 2 buckets, the ceramic element and a tube. And it can purify water for about 5,000 liters, I think, and a household can use this for about 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
And
we have a video, I guess, of and Kees made the video, right?
Yeah,
he
tested one.
Yeah, can you tell us what we see?
This is the workplace that we use in the city near our village. It's Uman, and we use internally displaced people to build the filters, and they built this genius apparatus, very simple, to make the holes. These are simple buckets ordered from Dnipro. We try to purchase and do everything locally, so to help the Ukrainian economy. And this is the system. It's just a tap. And it's 2 buckets on top of each other. And this is the ceramic element. And you pour water at the top, and it needs to have a tube as well. But then the clean water will be in the bottom bucket.
And how often can you use it?
You can use it constantly. You just need to clean the filter. Sometimes there's a brush coming with it. And you can use it, as I said, for 5 years, for a family of 5.
Yeah.
And it's 1 filter costs, including all the work and the distribution, about 20 euros. And that's extremely cheap.
Yeah.
And it's very efficient, and it's mobile, so you don't need to have these huge water tanks. And so it's very useful to bring to those villages and distribute them, of course, because now they're bringing bottled water, which is, of course, very inefficient.
Exactly, yeah. And you're raising money, right, to bring 10,000 of these filters to the Ukraine. How can people help?
Well, they can donate, of course. That's the easiest way. We are being helped by the Rotary, a Rotary club from southern Portugal. They've taken up the fundraising part. They made a website, which I think will be shown later. And people can just donate on that bank account or through our foundation, the Leeuw, Kiev. And because 10,000 is only the start. They need millions of water filters, and so we just want to bring as many as we can.
Yeah.
And to help as many people as we can, because it will be needed. I think the war will take a long time still, and all these deoccupied areas, as we saw in Mariupol, there's already an outbreak of cholera there. They need a lot of safe water elements in whatever way. So.
Yeah, we will place a link in the chat, so there people can find the link. I guess it's also really difficult, right, to get the filters and bring them to the areas where you need it, where they need it.
Well, that's our strength. We've lived in Ukraine for over 20 years. All of our partners have lived in Ukraine for that long. We do. Most of them have businesses. We've got our network goes deep into occupied territory. And we are not, most NGOs are not allowed to work in war zone, and all the deoccupied areas are still war zone officially. And well, we don't have such restrictions, and so Save UA, the foundation we work with in Ukraine for this matter, they can go wherever they want. And we've got the connections, and we can decide for ourselves whether it's safe or not to go. We have close contact with the army. They can tell us where to go, where not to go. So yeah, it is difficult, but for us, I think it's easier than for people who don't have the connections in Ukraine. Yeah. And yeah, we speak the language, we know the people.
Yeah.
So
great that you're doing this. Yeah. Let's turn.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, we've lived in Ukraine
I
for
can
20
imagine
years.
you
It's
want
our
to
home
do
country.
something for the Ukrainians. Yeah. Let's move to Olaf if there are questions.
Yeah, it's truly
for you,
inspiring.
Emmeke.
It's really inspiring to hear about the things you are doing. I can imagine that some people in the audience would like to ask a question or respond. Yeah, over there. I'll come to you.
Thank you, Emmeke. And I think it's a very nice example of, or it's a very strong example of alumni collaboration. How were you able to find each other making this happen?
Yeah, good question. We were asked by Guido and Lisa to help with UNICEF filters bringing to Ukraine that they also provided.
So they contacted you.
They contacted us, and to be honest, I really don't know what the direct link was, but Guido and I did the same studies, and I think Guido was 1 year after me, and so he made the connection somehow.
Yeah, and maybe because Kees was on television.
Maybe, yeah.
Or, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Should ask him.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
we've
it's a
got
good
a lot
question.
of connections with other friends, so
yeah. I guess Wageningen alumni just always find each other in the end,
Yeah,
right?
I think so.
It will work out, yeah. Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes.
Yes, I would like to ask a question about the farm you run. How the hell are you doing that? Because you're living in the Netherlands at this moment. You have a lot of people working in Ukraine and rent the land from, I don't know, I read about it in the Wageningen Nu, of about 5,000 people living around. But how can you tell something more about it, how you run the business at this moment? What it does mean to be in a war zone and still running the farm?
Yeah, well, I live in the Netherlands now with my children, and Kees is still in Ukraine and will remain in Ukraine, so we will still live in Ukraine, and he's just managing the farm as he did before. Yeah, in the beginning, of course, it was a very tense situation. We didn't know what to expect. We didn't know how many people would have to go to the front lines to fight. We didn't know what the Russians would do. But after that Kiev wasn't occupied, we soon realized that the Russians would not easily get to us. We live about 200 kilometers south of Kiev. And so we just run our farm the way we did before, but there are some challenges, of course, with the export, the import of goods, the selling of the goods. So those are challenges we just need to deal with. But
what kind of farm do you have?
We've got a 15,000 hectare arable land and 2,000 dairy cows and 300 hectares of vegetables. So that's also our strength, because we've got different businesses, and the arable land is not doing so well now because the prices are very low for us, very high in Europe, but very low for us, high costs. But for example, the vegetables, onions, and carrots are doing really well because Kherson, the occupied areas, has not been producing any vegetables. So we do very well, and the prices are up, and milk as well. So yeah, we've diversified, which helps us now. Yeah, and these are the filters. And,
yeah.
Any other questions from the audience? Yes.
It's now very difficult to distribute the corn or the graan and the rest of the world. Does it also change now the plant plans for so much acres you have?
Yeah, I'm not in charge of the planting plans, but I know that it changed a bit. But yeah, it's hard to change it a lot because we already planted in spring, of course, and so you can't just throw it around that easily. But I believe we did more corn than before, but I'm not the one to ask about this. Sorry. That's Kees.
Okay.
He's
Kees'
not here.
business.
Yeah, that's his business.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions, and thank you, Olaf.
I think what makes me as a Wageninger is because I go to the library every day and playing lunch in the campus plaza.
Ik ben een Wageninger omdat ik het super cool vind om met natuurlijk voorkomende micro-organismen en technologie milieuproblemen op te lossen.
Even though we are from so far away, we feel at home here, and I think that's what makes us
Wageningers.
A Wageninger, yeah.
Okay. Maybe a last question for all of you. Why are you Wageninger? What makes you a Wageninger?
Well, I'm always happy if I'm allowed to call myself, because I only did my PhD here, but I enjoy every time I walk across the campus, and I'm so happy to be able to work here. So I think it's just the feeling of walking across the campus and thinking, oh, there's so much cool stuff happening here, and I'm part of it.
I think if you only did a PhD in Wageningen, you are a Wageninger.
Well,
right? It counts.
That's what you would think, but then I meet people who are like, oh yeah, I've been in Wageningen for 30 years. I did my bachelor's and I was born here, and
So there is a competition between Wageningers. Yeah. What makes you a Wageninger?
Well, I came to Wageningen for what Wageningen is. So I didn't study here, but I came here for what Wageningen is for.
Yeah. So you're a little bit in love with Wageningen and what it stands for. Yeah.
Very much.
And you? Are you still a Wageninger?
Yeah, I'm still a Wageninger. I wasn't the best student, but I really I like all the subjects that are being studied here. It's just the most interesting university of the Netherlands, isn't it?
So you're still a Wageninger. Yeah.
Still a Wageninger, yeah.
I think everyone here in the audience also feels a Wageninger. This was the third and last Wageningen Talks. So this is the moment where you all say, yeah. I would like to thank my guests, Guido Kamps, Jannes Athanasiadis, and Emmeke Vierhout. Emmeke, you will go to the online breakout room. So for online visitors, you can go to the online breakout session, and then we'll ask you some more questions. There will be a small pop-up window, and you can click on that, where Jelle Visser, who we unfortunately didn't talk to, the reporter, he will be back here, and then he'll talk to you. For everyone here who joined us, not only this talk show, but also maybe the second or the first talk show, thank you for being here. Even though we had some minor audio issues, thank you for listening carefully to all the wonderful stories of all the Wageningers here at the table. Maybe join us for a little drink in the restaurant. Thank you, Wageningers, for being here, and thank you for watching. Dankjewel. Ja.